The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., September 9th, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable Glenn Thompson to act as Speaker Pro Tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9th, 2024, the chair now will recognize members from the list submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties, and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall debate continue beyond 1:50 p.m. The chair now recognizes a gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Nickel, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in devastation and anger following the shooting at Appalachia High School, the deadliest outbreak of school violence in Georgia's history. As a father, I'm heartbroken. As a congressman, I'm beyond frustrated that our work to improve school safety can't keep pace with the gun violence epidemic that is plaguing our country. The time for thoughts and prayers is over. It's time for action. Our kids deserve much more from the United States Congress. Guns are the leading cause of death of children in this country. This isn't normal, and it shouldn't be. Our students, families, and communities deserve to feel safe from gun violence. That means taking action, not just talking about it, and I believe we can do that together with responsible gun owners. I'm a responsible gun owner. We want common sense measures too. Universal background checks, safe storage laws, and banning assault weapons. These are mainstream ideas supported by the vast majority of the American people. They're about saving lives. Let me be clear, Mr. Speaker. We will not accept mass murder and gun deaths to be the norm. Mass school shootings are not a fact of life. We don't have to live this way. This year, I had the opportunity to go to Parkland, Florida with Congressman Moskowitz, where we met with survivors of the deadly 2018 shooting to hear their stories. They lived through their worst, and yet they keep pushing for change. But we've failed to do our part in the few short years since that horrific school shooting. Even when the majority of the American people agree on how to move forward. In April 2023, in a survey from Fox News, they found overwhelming support for common sense gun violence prevention measures. Over 80% of Americans support background checks, making 21 the legal age to buy guns, and requiring mental health checks on all gun buyers. In Congress, I'm part of the House Gun Violence Prevention Task Force and co-sponsor of the Bipartisan Background Checks Act. It's simple. If you want to buy a gun, you should have to pass a background check. That applies to sales between private parties, too. Right now, there are loopholes that lets guns slip into the wrong hands. That has to end. I've also co-sponsored the assault weapons ban. No civilian needs an assault rifle. These weapons belong on the battlefields, not in our schools, and not in our neighborhoods. There's also Ethan's Law. This is about accountability. It promotes the safe storage of firearms so they don't end up in the hands of kids. It's about being responsible for your weapon, for your family, and for your community. I support a ban on high-capacity magazines, and I support closing the boyfriend loophole. That's the one that lets domestic abusers buy guns. Domestic violence and gun violence are often linked. This loophole costs lives. And let's not forget mental health. We need to fund mental health care and expand access to it. But mental health alone isn't the issue. This is also about guns. We need to act now. We need to keep our kids, our neighbors, and our communities safe. No more delays. Over 40,000 people lost their lives to gun violence last year alone. No more excuses. Massacres carried out using the high-capacity magazines and bump stocks must end. No more indifference. Poor and minority communities cannot continue to be disproportionately impacted by gun violence. No more inaction. Over 20,000 Americans die by gun suicide every year, which is why we mark tomorrow, September 10th, Firearms Suicide Prevention Day. No more deadly outcomes. Domestic violence should never turn fatal because of easy access to guns. We've waited long enough. It's time to act. There's no question that gun violence is out of control, and it's time we face it head on. I'll work with anyone, Republicans, Democrats, and independents, to make sure that happens. It's not just about policy, it's about people. And people are dying. We can't wait any longer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Dr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House and ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, as Congress returns to Washington to address the Biden-Harris administration's reckless spending, the American people are continuing to face consequences of runaway inflation. According to a recent Census Bureau survey, more than 35% of Pennsylvanians struggle to afford basic goods, gasoline, and groceries. With prices rising by more than 20% since President Biden and Vice President Harris took office, it is the American people who have been left to pay the bill for the administration's failed spending policies. Instead of working to lower prices and supporting American families, Vice President Harris championed reckless policies including subsidies for purchasing electric vehicles and a student loan bailout paid for by hard-working American citizens. America cannot afford another 4 years of far-left spending. It's time to put a stop to reckless spending that has brought on this inflation and once again return to the fiscal restraint and the strong economic policies put in place by President Donald J. Trump. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, from the dairy farms, cornfields, and orchards of Pennsylvania to the cattle ranches of the Midwest, American farmers produce the meat, the dairy, and the vegetables that feed American families. However, that food supply has been put in danger as the Chinese Communist Party affiliates have begun to purchase our farmland, creating a dangerous American security risk. By adding the Secretary of Agriculture to CFIUS, we can create the oversight that is needed to prevent our farmland from being purchased by the Chinese Communist Party. It's time to pass the Protecting American Agriculture from Foreign Adversaries Act to ensure that the CCP is not continuing to make purchases in the production, in the development, in the transportation, or storage of our food supply. Food security is national security. Shielding these assets from outside interference will help to ensure that the American interests are the top priority for the farming industry. Let's make sure that our fields are cared for by the American farmers and the American growers, and that our food security is preserved. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
Gentleman yields back.
The chair now recognizes a gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Alpha Fire Company of Center County, Pennsylvania. This year, the Alpha Fire Company is celebrating 125 years of dedicated emergency services to the State College community. In 1899, a group of volunteers recognized the need within their community to establish a fire company to protect and to serve the region. For the last 125 years, the Alpha Fire Company has remained steadfast in this commitment. In its early years, the Alpha Fire Company, originally Union Fire Company, used hand-drawn hose carts to fight fires in the few blocks of homes and buildings that surrounded the Pennsylvania State College campus, which had its own student-run volunteer fire company. Since its founding, the Alpha Fire Company has seen many changes as the community continues to grow. Still, they've continued to provide dedicated emergency services for the past 125 years. This fire company is entirely volunteer-based and often includes multiple generations of firefighters. Mr. Speaker, this dedication is what keeps the Alpha Fire Company top-notch. Currently, there are 100 volunteers, and they handle the 4 primary municipalities it covers: State College Borough, College Township, Ferguson Township, and Patton Township. It also provides automatic aid to Half Moon and Harris Townships. The men and women of Alpha Fire Company are more than just firefighters. They are our neighbors, our friends, and family members. These dedicated volunteers give their time and energy, often balancing demanding jobs and personal responsibilities to ensure our safety. Their commitment to protecting lives and property is inspiring and deserves our deepest gratitude. The Alpha Fire Company is more than just a group of fire stations that protect and serve the State College region. It is truly an integral part of the community. Aside from their life-saving efforts, these volunteer firefighters make Center Region a better place. Whether it be on the 4th of July Carnival, a school demonstration, or aiding in a fundraiser, the men and women of the Alpha Fire Company embody the spirit of community service. Mr. Speaker, this is not the first time I've recognized the Alpha Fire Company on the House floor. In the fall of 2023, an all-woman crew bravely led the initial tack line in a 3-alarm fire, making an historic milestone in our journey of service and dedication. Throughout its 125 years of dedicated service, the Alpha Fire Company has lost 3 brave men in the line of duty: Philip Foster, Larry Oberly, and Charles Ziegler. Selfishly, they laid down their lives to protect the community that they called home. These heroes are not forgotten. The memorial honoring these fallen firefighters in the Borough Station will forever preserve their memory. In a time when resources are often stretched thin, volunteer firefighters fill the gap, ensuring that no call for help goes unanswered. They are trained professionals who bring their skills, courage, and compassion to the front lines, whether it's battling blazes, responding to accidents, or providing assistance for medical emergencies. Over the past 125 years, the Alpha Fire Company has grown and evolved, continually adapting to the needs of our community. They have embraced advancements in technology and training, ensuring their brave men and women are prepared to handle any emergency with professionalism and expertise. I know firsthand the dedication and passion volunteer firefighters have for protecting their communities. I'm deeply grateful for the unwavering dedication and passion of the Alpha Fire Company volunteer firefighters in protecting our neighborhoods. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank Alpha Fire Company for their bravery, their service, and their commitment to our community, and congratulate them on 125 years of service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Indiana, Ms. Houchin, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand before you today to offer my congratulations to the Indiana Association of Rehabilitation Facilities on receiving an extraordinary milestone, 50 years of service. Over the past 5 decades, INARF has proudly represented its members who serve more than 50,000 citizens annually and employ nearly 15,000 dedicated professionals. INARF plays an indispensable role in our southern Indiana community, shaping the landscape of disability services to provide the highest quality of care and support for nearly 900,000 people with disabilities. Last month, I had the privilege of visiting one of our INARF member organizations, where I witnessed the vital work that they do. Their unwavering commitment ensures that everyone has the opportunity to thrive and to reach their full potential. As we celebrate 50 years of impact with our local disability service providers, I want to extend my sincere gratitude. Thank you for your tireless dedication to ensuring Indiana residents have access to the resources and services they need. I rise today to recognize a remarkable milestone, Litchkey Motors' 100 years of business in Aurora, Indiana. If you've ever driven along U.S. Route 50, you've likely seen the iconic 100-foot-tall round barn, the largest of its kind in the state. This impressive structure, built in 1901, took Clayton Litchkey 2 years to convert into a thriving business space, an achievement that amazed professional engineers and silenced his critics. Mr. Litschke's journey reflects the spirit of that very barn, defying the odds and exceeding all expectations. Starting out as an apprentice mechanic earning little to no pay in exchange for learning the trade, he opened his own shop in June of 1924. His sheer determination kept the doors of Litschke Motors open through the Great Depression, and his resilience carried the business through 4 devastating floods, including the infamous 1937 flood that reached the 2nd floor of the shop. In 1964, Litschke Motors found its new home at the Round Barn, a symbol of the family's resilience and adaptability. Today, they hold the title of the oldest Mack truck distributor in the world, and their impact on the Aurora community is immeasurable. As we celebrate a century of Litschke Motors, I stand here today to congratulate the Litschke family on this tremendous achievement and thank them for being an invaluable part of our community. I rise today to congratulate the Decatur County Memorial Hospital for over 100 years of dedicated service to the people of our district and southern Indiana. Originally established as a memorial to honor Decatur County residents who bravely fought and lost their lives in World War I, this hospital embodies the care and spirit that rivals any institution in the nation. With a commitment to integrity, compassion, quality, and a deep sense of community, Decatur County Memorial Hospital continues to be a cornerstone of healthcare in our region. From its beginnings in a 16,000 square foot facility, the hospital has grown to include surgery, women's and rehabilitation centers across multiple locations, all while staying true to its mission of providing top-tier care to southern Indiana. Thanks to their dedication, the need for residents to seek care outside of our community has been greatly reduced. This past August, Decatur County Memorial honored its proud history and built upon its legacy by lowering a time capsule on campus, connecting the past, present, and future of this institution. As we reflect on its rich heritage and the sacrifices of those who have served, we are reminded of the enduring values that define this hospital. I look forward to the next 100 years of building upon these values. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? In these days when there is much to be attended to, policies to be written and elections to be run, when the tasks not yet completed vie for attention in contest with all that must yet be achieved, when each day is a whirlwind of obligations and demands, break into our thoughts and concerns, O Lord, and remind us again how precious is the life you give to each of us. As we grieve the loss of our dear friend and colleague, Representative Bill Pascrell, may it be his passionate and compassionate commitment to this country and the people he was proud to represent that inspires us to assess our spirit of service. May it be his wry smile and playfully mischievous nature that reminds us to find reason to enjoy each moment. May it be his tender heart and gracious kindness that call us to love those with whom we labor in these chambers. God, our Creator, like trees planted by streams of water, may we each, like Bill Pascrell, yield fruit in our season. In the days that you give us, may our leaves not wither. In all that we do, may all be done for you. In this, may our lives prosper with the certainty of your favor. In your righteous name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. The chair will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. Purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Mansfield Area Girl Scout Centennial Year. The first Mansfield Area Girl Scout troop was founded 100 years ago in September of 1924. For the past century, the Mansfield Girl Scouts have played an instrumental role in the development of young women. The Girl Scouts are known for their emphasis on important values such as teamwork, integrity, and respect for others. These values foster an environment where girls can grow into strong, compassionate citizens. As co-chair of the Congressional Scouting Caucus and a Scoutmaster for the Boy Scouts, I deeply respect the Girl Scouts organization. The Mansfield Area Girl Scouts have a rich history of accomplishments and service. In recent years, these young women have raised thousands by selling their infamous Girl Scout cookies. Over the past 100 years, many Scouts from Mansfield have received a Gold Award, the highest achievement in Girl Scouts. Madam Speaker, I'm confident that the Mansfield Girl Scouts are guiding these girls to become confident young women, and I want to congratulate them on 100 years of scouting. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time. Pursuant to Clause B of Rule 20, the chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on the postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7686 to amend the Research and Development, Competition, and Innovation Act to clarify the definition of foreign country for the purposes of malign foreign talent recruitment restriction and for other purposes as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7686, a bill to amend the Research and Development, Competition, and Innovation Act to clarify the definition of foreign country for purposes of malign foreign talent recruitment restriction and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oklahoma.
It's unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extemporaneous material on the bill H.R. 7686, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to be here today to support H.R. 7686, which helps strengthen our research security. Research theft is one of the single greatest threats to our competitiveness as a nation. It takes our hard-won innovation and puts it to work for our adversaries, hurting our economy and our national security. This is no idle threat either. The Chinese Communist Party has made it clear that they intend to surpass us as the global leader in science and technology. And they have no qualms about using intellectual property theft, forced technology acquisition, and other illicit means to do so. The CCP uses our intellectual property to advance their own research and keep them at the leading edge of new technologies. After acquiring our research, they use subsidies and regulation to benefit Chinese companies, making it difficult for U.S. companies to compete globally. According to some estimates, this is costing our economy between $200 and $600 billion a year. The Science Committee has been proactive in our response to this threat and has passed multiple bills to protect American research. When we passed the CHIPS and Science Act in 2022, we included a number of provisions to halt the theft of U.S. innovation. We prohibited federal funding for any school that hosts Confucius Institutes, which are designed to spread CCP propaganda to students and researchers. We gave universities better tools to protect sensitive research from cyber theft. We created a dedicated office on research security at the National Science Foundation to help detect and combat foreign influence and theft. And we banned participation in malign foreign talent programs. These programs recruit researchers and provide funding, travel, and other benefits in exchange for access to research and intellectual property. We prohibited all federal agency personnel and any researcher receiving federal funding, from participating in these talent programs. As the government, labs, and universities began to implement this prohibition, it became clear that our definition of malign foreign talent programs needed to be updated. H.R. 7686 provides a clear, comprehensive definition that ensures that we are covering efforts by foreign countries of concern like China, Russia, North Korea, Iran. This clarification will make it easier for universities and federal research agencies to identify and address threats to our taxpayer-funded research. I want to thank Representative Garcia for his work on this important bill. Research theft is a broad threat that is difficult to extinguish, and it's challenging to protect our research while still maintaining helpful international scientific collaboration. I appreciate Representative Garcia's efforts to walk that line and provide our tools to stop research theft. And I encourage all of my colleagues to support this important bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Without objection.
I rise today in support of H.R. 7686. Mr. Speaker, we recently celebrated the 2-year anniversary of the passage of the CHIPS and Science Act, and in those 2 years we have reinvigorated domestic semiconductor manufacturing and we're revitalizing the American scientific enterprise. The positive impact of that legislation can be felt in everyone's district, so we should be proud of this bipartisan accomplishment. In the same vein, as with all great legislation, we need to perform some legislative maintenance and improvements. The CHIPS and Science Act has many provisions focused on improving research security. One of those provisions, Section 10631, prohibits the distribution of federal research awards to individuals participating in foreign talent recruitment programs. The universities and research institutions are ultimately responsible for ensuring that their faculty members are aware of and compliant with that prohibition, but the current law contains 2 independent, lengthy, and I know this is the first time this has ever happened, rather complex provisions, which makes good faith implementation efforts difficult to achieve. We've heard that there is a need for clearer definitions specifically for the, quote, malign foreign talent recruitment program. H.R. 7686 amends the Research and Development Competition and Innovation Act to better clarify that definition. The need for this clarification has been affirmed by the National Science Foundation. The agency believes that this change will aid federal science agencies' work in ensuring compliance. Please, for all of my colleagues, please do keep in mind that this legislation is very sensitive in its nature. Even minor changes to these definitions can have decisive consequences that can make institutional compliance problematic. Both Democratic and Republican staff have worked surgically, shall we say, to ensure that this amendment makes the necessary correction so that institutions can faithfully carry out these research security efforts. On that note, I'd like to state my enthusiastic support for this bill and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia, to speak on his bill.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Lucas and the entire committee for bringing this very important bipartisan bill to the floor. It's now been 2 years since the CHIPS and Science Act was signed into law, which provided a much-needed kickstart to America's lagging semiconductor industry as we compete with an accelerating Chinese Communist Party threat in China. The CHIPS Act was a good bill that I supported, but as I said during the markup of this legislation, a bill is only as good as its implementation and only as good as Congress's oversight of its effectiveness. The CHIPS Act only works if the investments are available to American enterprises and not available to our foreign adversaries like the CCP. Following great oversight work by the House Science, Space, and Technology Committee and the Select Committee on the CCP, it became clear that complicated and confusing language in the CHIPS Act would allow China access to American-paid, American-funded research. This lack of clarity would allow China to use malign foreign talent recruitment programs in our universities and other research labs to recruit researchers to access this data, effectively getting our constituents to fund breakthrough research for the Communist Party. The Chinese government has a nasty tendency of doing what I call rob, replicate, and replace. They take our intellectual property, they replicate it, they make it slightly better, slightly cheaper, and then replace it on the open market and compromise our technical advantages. These researchers in these universities may often be ensnared by China without even knowingly being ensnared and can unwittingly hand our enemies an advantage in technological advancements. So in order to address this, my colleague across the aisle, Congresswoman Stevens, and I introduced H.R. 7686, which updates and clarifies the definition of malign foreign talent recruitment programs to protect our national investments. My bill is a simple, non-controversial, bipartisan solution that ensures our taxpayer dollars and the research they fund are being protected from the CCP and their espionage behavior. I want to thank Chairman Lucas and the entire committee again for their support on this legislation, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it appears that we have exhausted our lengthy list of speakers, and I am prepared to close if the gentleman from Oklahoma is.
Mr. Speaker, I too have no further speakers and would be prepared to close, which I believe I have.
Illinois is recognized.
I want to simply close by thanking Mr. Garcia and Ms. Stevens on our side for all their hard work on this extremely well-constructed bill. I urge all of my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 7686, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Illinois yields back. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield myself the balance of my time. As you've heard today, H.R. 7686 is smart policy that will protect taxpayer-funded research from being stolen and misused by our adversaries. We want to give our scientific agencies and universities every tool they need to protect critical research. This bill does that and helps us better implement the CHIPS and Science Act. I want to thank Representative Garcia for his work on this issue, and I urge all of my colleagues to pass this important piece of legislation. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7686? Those in favor? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Are we good to go? For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 510, the Chinese Currency Accountability Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 238, H.R. 510, a bill to require the United States Governor of and the United States Executive Director at the International Monetary Fund to oppose an increase in the weight of the Chinese renminbi in the special drawing rights basket of the fund and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kim, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this bill.
Objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise in support of the Chinese Currency Accountability Act, sponsored by the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson. In 2016, the International Monetary Fund included the Chinese renminbi, RMB, the currency basket, in the currency basket that determines the value and interest rate for special drawing rights, known as SDRs. SDRs are both reserve assets and an accounting unit for the IMF, so they play a central role in the fund's lending throughout the world. It was premature for the fund to let the RMB influence the SDR, whose value had previously been determined only by the dollar, euro, yen, and pound. The PRC has failed to make the serious reforms that would justify labeling the RMB a major currency. In addition, the People's Bank of China was and remains a tool of the Chinese Communist Party, not an independent central bank. The Treasury Department knows this all too well, Every year, it reports to Congress that China's currency management is so opaque that it's difficult for the outside world to even understand Beijing's policy toward the RMB. In addition, Beijing's lending policies abroad, including through the Belt and Road Initiative, have saddled developing countries with so much debt that the IMF faces difficulties designing rescue programs. It's hard to know how much debt these countries are in. The CCP refuses to play by the multilateral rules of the road to not only be transparent about the debt, but to significantly restructure it. This has become one of the most acute threats to the mission of the fund. Nevertheless, in 2022, Treasury signed off when the IMF voted to increase the weight of the RMB in the SDR currency basket. As a result of this shocking decision, the RMB has now become the third most important currency in the basket, behind the dollar and euro. This is why Mr. Davison's bill is critical. H.R. 510 will prevent future increases to the RMB's weight at the IMF until China starts playing by the rules. This is a common sense measure that was unanimously supported when the Financial Services Committee marked it up last year. I commend Mr. Davison for this clear-eyed piece of legislation to hold Beijing accountable, and I urge my colleagues to support it. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 510, the Chinese Currency Accountability Act of 2023, sponsored by Representative Davidson. This bill is related to the International Monetary Fund's special drawing rights, known as SDRs, and the influence of China's currency in the SDR program. SDRs are international assets created by the International Monetary Fund, the IMF, to supplement member countries' foreign exchange reserves, and they can enable member countries to reduce their reliance on domestic or external debt when building those reserves. SDRs can be converted into government-issued currency, such as the dollar, the yuan, or the pound, assuming that there are not sanctions or other prohibitions that would prevent such financial transactions. The value of an IMF member's SDRs is defined by a basket of currencies, which are a mix of 5 globally important currencies, sometimes called fiat currencies, in that they are issued by governments, or in the case of a euro, an association of governments. Those 5 currencies that are behind the SDRs are the US dollar, the euro, the Chinese yuan, the Japanese yen, and the British pound. The key thing here is that the percentage of that basket that is comprised of the Chinese currency was increased in 2022 and now is at 12% of the total, compared to the US dollar, which is 43% of the total. The bill would require the Treasury Secretary to oppose at the IMF any future percentage increase in the weight of the Chinese currency in that SDR currency basket. The bill would allow a waiver of such provision to the executive branch should the Secretary of the Treasury be able to certify to Congress that China meets certain standards. Those standards include that China is in compliance with all its obligations under Article 8 of the Articles of Agreement of the IMF. Second, that there has not been certain reports submitted in the prior 12 months indicating that China is engaging in currency manipulation. And third, that China is adhering to the rules and principles of the Paris Club and the OECD arrangement on officially supported export credits. Now, I'll note that the Department of the Treasury has expressed some concerns about this bill, especially due to the fact that the Department of Treasury does not have visibility into China's confidential provisions of data to the IMF and may not be able to independently certify that China is complying with the IMF and other global obligations. As a result, China has indicated that it may be difficult to certify whether China has met the standards outlined in that bill that underlie the possibility of a waiver of its provisions. These are reasonable concerns. Democrats on the Financial Services Committee have urged our Republican colleagues to work to improve the bill before it's finally enacted into law. That might include allowing the Department of the Treasury to rely on certifications from the IMF as to whether China is meeting its responsibilities, looking at that confidential information that is provided by China to the IMF. But in any case, this bill moves us forward. I'm sure that through the legislative process, there will be some improvements. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as he would consume to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davison.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 510, the Chinese Currency Accountability Act. I was proud to introduce this measure last year, which the Financial Services Committee embraced with a vote of 40-0. The International Monetary Fund acts as the world's lender of last resort, and its special drawing rights serve as a unit of account for its activities. SDRs are also important reserve assets on the balance sheet of central banks. As such, SDR holdings can earn interest, and SDR liabilities can incur costs. Prior to 2016, both the value and interest rate of the special drawing rights was determined by major currencies issued by market economies and their central banks, overseen by democratic governments. There were the dollar, the euro, the yen, and the pound sterling. China is not a market economy. So it's astonishing that the International Monetary Fund, with the approval of the current Treasury Department, then decided to add the Chinese RMB to its currency basket. On a number of measures, the RMB was nowhere near the level of these other currencies, and of course, the Chinese central bank is the furthest thing from what one would call independent or representative of a market economy. This is still the case today. Even more bewildering was the 2022 decision to increase the RMB's weight, the proportion of influence it has within the currency basket. By this time, it was not only clear that China's exchange rate management remained subject to the whims of the Chinese Communist Party, but the IMF also knew that China's predatory lending to developing countries was putting the viability of IMF programs in jeopardy. In fact, China's Belt and Road Initiative is designed to undermine the International Monetary Fund. So why would you grow the rate or influence of it, having already made the mistake of even including it? Currently, China's Communist Party is an economic and strategic rival, and hopefully it remains just that, a rival in the market. However, China should not be allowed to skirt the rules at the expense of American taxpayers and at the expense of our market. It is unacceptable for the IMF to preach to the world on debt transparency, the rule of law, central bank independence, while it's rewarding the Communist Party in China for violating every single one of these principles. Our legislation says enough is enough. It requires the Treasury Department to oppose further increases of the RMB for the IMF's currency basket until Treasury can certify that China is complying by the rules of the road. As a member of the World Trade Organization and other international organizations, China is part of, if we follow the rules, China should be held to the same standards. But of course, they're not doing that. So it would include upholding China's obligations under the IMF's Articles of Agreement and complying with the same lending rules that other large economies have committed to. This also means China would have to take significant steps towards restructuring its Belt and Road loans so that they're not actually working to undermine the IMF. In other words, the Chinese Currency Accountability Act isn't just about holding China to different standards, but rather holding them to the exact same standards everyone else is held to. So I urge all of our colleagues to support this measure, and I yield the balance of my time. Or yield back to the gentleman.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
It's my understanding that the Republican side has no other speakers, so I will speak and at the conclusion of that yield my time. Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as I may consume. In an effort to expand both its economy and global influence, China has been accused of manipulating its currency. Concerns about this abound and have been well expressed by Mr. Davidson. This is especially concerning when it regards items that affect Americans' interests at international institutions such as the IMF. This bill would empower the Department of Treasury to address that issue and, in effect, require them to address that issue. I think that it's going to be an effective tool for us to deal with China, an important nation that doesn't always play by the rules. So I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California yields back. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would just urge my colleagues to support H.R. 510 and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 510 as amendment? In favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In my opinion, of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed. Without objection, the motion is reconsidered, is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 554, the Taiwan Conflict Deterrence Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 236, H.R. 554, a bill to deter Chinese aggression towards Taiwan by requiring the Secretary of the Treasury to publish a report on financial institutions and accounts connected to senior officials of the People's Republic of China, to restrict financial services for certain immediate family of such officials and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kim, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized from California.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 554, the Taiwan Conflict Deterrence Act, authored by the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill. The Financial Services Committee has repeatedly pressed administration officials to devise a plan that imposes real costs on the Chinese Communist Party in the event it invades Taiwan. The time to formulate those measures is now. We must publicly communicate what we intend to do so that Beijing thinks twice before launching an attack against our friends on the island. This is why Mr. Hill's legislation is so important. If Beijing chooses to invade Taiwan, this bill requires the Treasury Secretary to publish the ill-gotten gains of the Chinese Communist Party's top leadership, no matter where they may be held around the world. It would also require Treasury to expose the financial institutions that maintain accounts for those officials while prohibiting U.S. banks from letting their immediate family benefit from any of the funds. Too often, Washington chooses to be reactive when it comes to our adversaries, scrambling to develop sanctions and other measures after the fact. Russia's invasion of Ukraine is a case in point. But Mr. Hill's legislation is proactive. It signals what is at stake to the Chinese Communist Party before Beijing goes too far. I also want to point out that this legislation underscores an important point that Republicans and Democrats alike have made. Our problem lies with the Chinese government, not the people of China, many of whom suffer daily under the thumb of Beijing's dictatorship. The Taiwan Conflict Deterrence Act recognizes this. By promoting to publish the corrupt assets of PRC's top leadership, the bill would force CCP officials to face the ire of their own people, so many of whom are fed up with the illicit wealth of the CCP insiders. I again want to commend Mr. Hill for his leadership in crafting this measure, which received unanimous support from the Financial Services Committee when we marked it up last year. I urge all of my colleagues to vote in support of H.R. 554, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 554, the Taiwan Conflict Deterrence Act of 2023, sponsored by Representative Hill, and I'm pleased to be the chief Democratic sponsor or co-sponsor of this legislation. As China contemplates the possibility of an invasion or blockade of Taiwan, and keep in mind, President Xi has told his military to be ready for an invasion by 2027. They face from the United States strategic ambiguity as to what our military response would be. Now, President Biden has announced that he would respond militarily, but President Biden will be leaving office in a few months. And any decision by the executive branch to deploy our forces is actually something that would be decided upon at the time and given the circumstances that exist. But we in Congress, while I don't think by statute we could compel the deployment of our military forces, we can lock into statute economic responses that should not be ambiguous, but should be very clear to Beijing. Now, I have a bill that goes beyond the legislation we are considering here today that would remove most favored nation status from China if it invades or blockades Taiwan, and lock that in so that Beijing knows that a military action against Taiwan would result in that enormous economic consequence. This bill, I think, is a step in the right direction. As the bill's title suggests, it is designed to put the government of China on notice that the United States is closely watching its increasing threats toward Taiwan, and it serves as a warning that the U.S. will respond economically, and that is locked into statute should its aggression amount to a violation of Section 3C of the Taiwan Relations Act. And I'll point out that a violation of Section 3C would, of course, include an invasion or blockade, but could also involve other aggressive actions of a less significant nature. This is a tangible concern, given Chinese military activity in the region appears to be escalating, as demonstrated by daily incursions undertaken by the Chinese military into Taiwan's air defense identification zone or across the median line of the Taiwan Straits. In May, China conducted a large-scale military exercise near the island of Taiwan intended to intimidate the Chinese people as they celebrated the inauguration of a new democratically elected president. This bill would put pressure on China to not go further by requiring a response of the U.S. government if its intimidation and coercion go to the point of triggering Section 3C of the Taiwan's Relations Act. Specifically, if there is a notification by the President under Section 3C of a threat resulting from the actions of the People's Republic of China and a danger to the interests of the United States arising therefrom, the bill would require the Secretary of the Treasury to create and to make public findings of a report on financial institutions and accounts that are connected to a select group of Chinese Communist Party officials. So this bill does not focus on retaliating against the Chinese government per se, but rather on individuals who are in that government. The report is intended to raise public awareness of the hidden and corruptly gained funds that are directly or indirectly controlled by such individuals. It's designed to undermine the support of the Chinese Communist Party and its level of support inside China once we publish the corrupt gains of some of its high-ranking officials. For those listed in the report and their immediate family members, the bill would also restrict U.S.-based financial services, intending to limit the financial options for these officials and to extend deterrent or punitive impacts on those officials and their families. So worldwide, it's disclosure, and for assets in the United States, it is a freezing of those assets. I will underscore again that these actions set forth in the bill occur only if the President exercises his, or soon her, authority under Section 3 of the Taiwan Relations Act. Now, no president in the past has ever triggered Section 3C. And I hope that such a triggering is never necessary. I don't expect that a triggering will ever occur, but it's important to put Beijing on notice of what would happen if their threats against Taiwan raised to that level. The law has been in effect, the Taiwan Relations Act has been in effect for 40 years, and as I've said, no administration has triggered Section 3C. And that did not even occur during the third Taiwan Straits crisis of the 1990s. Democrats have worked on this bill. We have seen changes in the original bill, including the addition of presidential waivers for national security, intelligence, and other purposes. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to support this bill and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill.
Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Well, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, and I thank Chair Kim. What a marvelous signal it sends to the world and to the United States to have young Kim as our chair in the Foreign Affairs Committee of East Asia, our subcommittee, a young woman born in South Korea, a proud American citizen, a proud American mom, and now member of Congress and spectacular chair. So thank you, Chair Kim, for yielding the time. And to my other friend from California, Mr. Sherman, I think you've made some outstanding arguments on behalf of our bill, and thank you for being an original co-sponsor on H.R. 55 for the Taiwan Conflict Deterrence Act. I modeled this bill on the Holding Iranian Leaders Accountable Act, which the House passed this spring and included in our national security package, and President Biden signed it into law this spring. The idea is very straightforward. If we want to see the world's communist and autocratic dictatorships change course, we must expose their wealth, corruption, and financial privilege of their elites to the citizens suffering daily under their rule. This approach certainly applies to China's Communist Party as well. The CCP leaders sit atop an authoritarian state littered with cronyism, kickbacks, graft, bribery, and a colossal misuse of public funds. If China chooses to attack the free people of Taiwan, H.R. 55-4 requires the Treasury Secretary to publish the illicit assets of Beijing's senior-most leaders, including the names of financial institutions and maintaining accounts. As Mr. Sherman noted, our 1979 recognition of the government in Peking, now Beijing, rests on the foundation that the future of Taiwan would be determined by peaceful means, and that any other method, including boycotts or embargoes, is considered a threat to peace and security in the Western Pacific. At a time when the Chinese youth face a 17% unemployment rate, and Xi has failed to deliver a social safety net, and families are battered by sinking real estate debt, let these corrupt officials explain to ordinary Chinese citizens how they acquired their riches on a government salary, even as they call on their public to support war across the Taiwan Strait. But this bill goes beyond just naming and shaming. It will also cut off access to the United States financial system for those CCP officials and their immediate family. This point's worth highlighting in order to convey the costs that Beijing will bear if they impose an embargo, boycott, or launch military action. Blocking Chinese leaders' use of the dollar will certainly be mirrored by restrictions from other major economies as well. And for Chinese officials whose families profit from their ill-gotten gains, they too will find the world becoming a much smaller place. In 2012, the Washington Post reported that most of China's Politburo Standing Committee have children or grandchildren studying here in the United States, including CCP Chairman Xi Jinping. Such privileges will be put in jeopardy if China decides to act against Taiwan. H.R. 55-4 guarantees it. Let me underline one other detail of this legislation which is central to how it works. The bill triggers reporting on China's leadership, but it also contains exemptions for those who cooperate with the United States. If Chairman Xi engages in hostilities against Taiwan, the asset report required by this bill might leave out a number of his colleagues. But is this because the Treasury Secretary simply targeted other individuals, or because the unnamed officials turned state's evidence, earning themselves an exemption from the U.S. sanctions? No one in the CCP will ever know for sure. By the same token, everyone covered by this bill has an incentive to turn against the Politburo if they determine to take aggressive action in violation of their commitments against Taiwan. Before it's too late for them and they see their finances laid bare. The legislation treats the CCP like the kleptocratic, centrally planned communist state that it is. The same way we frequently have defeated organized crime, sowing distrust and paranoia. We must do the same in Beijing if China moves against Taiwan. Mr. Speaker, as Mr. Sherman noted, no one wishes to see conflict involving Taiwan. But we want to deter China from their worst instincts of potentially taking hostile actions. We must signal those consequences clearly and early. Earlier this summer, Taiwan recorded 66 Chinese military planes operating around the island, setting a single-day record. 56 of those aircraft entered Taiwan's air defense identification zone. Last month, Taiwan's defense ministry reported to lawmakers in Taipei how Beijing is developing new weapons and tactics to pressure the island. It's up to Congress and the executive branch to communicate that war across the Taiwan Strait would destroy the global economy, impoverish the Chinese people, and now, thanks to H.R. 55-4, impose significant personal costs for the Chinese elite and high CCP members. But the time to do this is before the outbreak of any threats or hostilities. Again, I want to thank Chairwoman Kim. I want to thank my colleagues on the Financial Services Committee for endorsing this legislation during its markup, and I urge all our colleagues to support this bill with a yes vote, and I yield back to the chair.
And I reserve.
The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close if the gentlewoman has no additional speakers, and she seems to be indicating that that is the case. I yield myself as much time as I may consume. I join the gentlewoman from California in a parallel career. She is our chair of the Foreign Affairs Subcommittee on Asia and the Pacific. I was once chair of that subcommittee, and we both serve on two committees Financial Services, Foreign Affairs. And I think that she has reflected an understanding of our situation with China. That situation is that we don't want to respond to an invasion or blockade of Taiwan. We want to prevent an invasion or blockade of Taiwan. And the way to do that is on three levels. Most important and most expensive for the United States is that we have very substantial military capacities in the South China Sea and the Pacific in general. And we have spent much time on this floor and literally hundreds of billions of dollars developing that capacity. Second, and an element that Congress should explore, is that we need to have locked into statute, broad-based, and immediate economic consequences to the entire Chinese economy if, God forbid, their government invades or blockades. And that is why I am seeking co-sponsors for legislation that would say in the case of such an invasion or blockade, China would lose its MFN status. And third, in addition to the military and the broad economic, we need the focused personal economic consequences. And that is what this bill does. It provides that if China were to take such action against Taiwan as to trigger the Section 3C of the Taiwan Relations Act, that we would take two actions against their top officials. First, we would name and shame. We would publicize their assets, wherever they may be in the world. And then second, we would deny them and their immediate families access to the American financial system. So it is time for China to give up the idea of intimidating the people of Taiwan and to recognize that America's response will involve the military, will involve broad-based economic response, and will involve very personal economic disclosures and response. That is the way to prevent what could cause an incredible disruption in the world and even possibly a world war. And that is why Beijing needs to look at this bill and everything else that America would do and decide to put aside the idea of invading or blockading Taiwan. So I again urge my colleagues to support this important legislation and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California yields back. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you. And I would like to thank my colleague and also gentleman from California for your support of this very important bill. I want to thank Mr. Hill for your outstanding leadership for introducing this thoughtful legislation. And I would just urge my colleagues to support H.R. 554 and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from California yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 554 as amendment? Those in favor say yea. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion is reconsidered, is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7592 to direct the Librarian of Congress to promote the more cost-effective, efficient, and expanded availability of the annotated Constitution and pocket part supplements by replacing the hardbound version with digital versions.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 529, H.R. 7592, a bill to direct the Librarian of Congress to promote the more cost-effective, efficient, and expanded availability of the annotated Constitution and pocket part supplements by replacing the hardbound versions with digital versions.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stile, and the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Kilmer, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous material on the bill H.R. 7592.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise in strong support of H.R. 7592. Today, Congress will save taxpayers $5 million. Yes, you heard me correctly. Congress will save taxpayers dollars today. While our nation is running $32 trillion in debt and we have a long ways to go to get our country back on track, this is a good policy that will save taxpayers money. We do this by getting rid of the statutory requirement to print hardbound copies of the Constitution Annotated, or Conan as it's better known today. An easily accessible and up-to-date online version of it already exists and is already used by millions of Americans. Continuing to print hardbound copies only wastes taxpayer dollars. It wastes the time of CRS staff who could better support the more pressing work of Congress. It's a positive step in modernizing Congress. At the beginning of the 118th Congress, the Committee on House Administration took the important step of working to modernize how Congress works. The Modernization Subcommittee is led by Chairwoman Stephanie Bice and Ranking Member Derek Kilmer. The subcommittee is bringing good ideas to life by focusing on what we can do to make Congress a more effective and efficient institution. I've argued that the work of modernizing Congress extends to Congress's support agencies. They need to work in a way that reflects how today's Congress works. The print requirement reflects how Congress worked 50 years ago, before the internet even existed. Today, the rules don't make much sense. We do ourselves a disservice when we require CRS to do work that's no longer necessary and no longer meets our needs. The more Congress can do to optimize tremendous resources like CRS, the better off Congress is, and H.R. 7592 moves us towards that goal. I want to recognize Modernization Subcommittee Chairwoman Stephanie Bice, who along with Subcommittee Ranking Member Derek Kilmer, Rep. Carey, Rep. Morelli, introduced this measure and worked on a bipartisan basis to bring it to the floor today. I also want to recognize Chairwoman Bice for demonstrating that subcommittees have an important role to play in the legislative process. This was the first time in 31 years that a subcommittee in the House Administration held a markup. Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the hard work that went into this important measure, and I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 7592. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Wisconsin reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I'm proud to stand before you today to speak about 2 bills that have come from the Modernization Subcommittee, which encompass the Select Committee's mission, which is to make Congress work better for the American people. Each of these bills addresses a problem or challenge we identified through the Select Committee on the Modernization of Congress. And I thank our subcommittee chair, Stephanie Bice, and our subcommittee colleagues, Joe Morelli and Mike Carey, for their bipartisan partnership on these bills too, as well as our full committee chairman, Brian Stile. As many of you know, the Congressional Research Service, or CRS, mission is to provide timely, objective, and authoritative research and analysis to Congress, its members, committees, and staff. And the policy proposals we put forth are better for CRS's involvement and support of them. That is why our subcommittee took it very seriously when CRS's interim director, Robert Newland, approached us about a few challenges CRS was having and ways we could help. During the Select Committee, we recommended congressional committees consider the authorities for congressional support agencies and identify those that need updating. H.R. 7592 and our next bill, H.R. 7593, are perfect examples of this. So, Under existing law, the Library of Congress is required to produce hardbound copies of the Constitution with annotations, also referred to as Conan. You actually have to be as strong as Conan to lift this. My mother tells me that at birth I was 6 pounds 8 ounces. This is 8 pounds 14 ounces, so larger than small Derek Kilmer. This task of printing this behemoth has fallen to CRS, and the most recent Conan print costs $1 million per year to print, not to mention the considerable staff time and attention spent formatting, printing, and distributing said books. The law requiring printed Conan copies predated widespread internet access, and since 2019, the Library of Congress and CRS have made this same information available online, free of cost, with the added benefit of real-time updates that just aren't possible with printed books. So this bill simply replaces the requirement for the Library of Congress and CRS to prepare hardbound versions of the Conan and replaces it with a requirement to prepare digital versions and publish them online instead, as they already have been doing. So through this bill, the American people can receive better and more up-to-date information online. We can save taxpayers' dollars and valuable CRS staff capacity. We can eliminate the 8 pounds 14 ounces of print. I personally would like to eliminate 8 pounds and 14 ounces after the weight I've gained over August recess. But I think this is a common sense bill. I thank my colleague, Chairwoman Bice, for her leadership on this, and I urge my colleagues to support it, and I reserve the balance.
The gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield as much time as she may consume to the gentlewoman from Oklahoma, Ms. Bice, to speak on the bill.
The gentlewoman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as was mentioned by my colleague, Mr. Kilmer, this is the Constitution annotated, or Conan, as it is better known today. Its origins date back to 1797, when Congress passed legislation requiring that every member of Congress be provided a copy of the Constitution. These copies were then expanded to include Supreme Court case citations so that members could see which clauses of the Constitution the court used to decide those cases. But as the number of citations grew, members became frustrated with the new format. The hundreds of citations listed under each clause of the Constitution were useless to most of them because they had no idea what the cases were about and what the questions were before the court. So in 1921, Congress passed a resolution requiring reprints of the Constitution to include explanatory language that would make sense of all the case citations throughout. This requirement made the reprints much more useful to the members, and the format created then is one that is still used today. Initially, Conan was printed every 10 years or so, but by 1970, members began to complain that it was outdated almost as soon as it was printed. They addressed this by passing a resolution requiring that a paper-bound supplement to Conan be printed every 2 years in addition to printing the hardbound version of the Conan every 10. And since 1972, that's what we've done. Print a hardbound version of Conan every 10 years and a paper-bound supplement every 2. Conan obviously has a rich history dating back over 2 centuries. The Constitution provides the framework for our government, and understanding that framework and how the Supreme Court has applied it to its decisions over the years is as essential today as it was over 200 years ago. Nothing about H.R. 7592 erases or changes this important history. In fact, the legislative history of Conan makes it clear that Congress has consistently prioritized up-to-date interpretation and analysis of court cases, and this resolution honors that long-standing tradition. Today, people rely on digital sources for the most up-to-date information. This is true whether we're talking about breaking news, airfares, restaurant reviews, or Supreme Court case citations. Conan is a case in point. According to the GPO, the number of print copies of Conan requested in 2012 by the House, Senate, and Joint Committee on Printing was just over 1,000. 10 years later, in 2022, the number of requested copies dropped to just 659. It is no coincidence that this drop in requests for the hardbound version of Conan coincides with the 2019 launch of a digital version of Conan. Over the past 5 years, the Conan website has become an invaluable resource to individual citizens, schools, libraries, and of course, Congress. The user-friendly site has received more than 28 million visits ever since it was created and features hundreds of pages of constitutional analysis and content. The site is publicly accessible, easy to search, provides links to Supreme Court decisions, and, perhaps most importantly, it's updated in real time by CRS. All of this raises the question of why are we wasting taxpayer dollars printing this giant hardcover version of Conan along with paper-bound supplements when a superior digital version already exists. According to the CBO, replacing this version of Conan with the digital would reduce the Library of Congress's operating costs by millions over the next few years. Eliminating the print requirement will also eliminate inefficient use of CRS staff time. In addition to uploading the online version of Conan in real time, CRS staff have to spend countless hours formatting and paginating the print version of Conan. A more efficient CRS ultimately benefits Congress and, in turn, our constituents. Mr. Speaker, replacing the Conan print requirement with a digital requirement is a no-brainer. The digital version provides members and other users with the most up-to-date information and analysis available at a significant cost savings for taxpayers. History shows that Congress has consistently taken steps to ensure that Conan meets the evolving needs of members and other users. Passing this legislation is a logical next step in maintaining Conan's relevancy and usefulness both to Congress and to the American people. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 7592, and I yield back.
I reserve and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from Wisconsin reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
The gentleman's prepared to close?
We're done. Yeah, it's good.
All right, well.
From Wisconsin is reserved. From Washington is recognized.
So happy to yield back the balance of my
Gentleman yield
time.
back.
Yes.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to thank again the Modernization Subcommittee Chairwoman Stephanie Bice from Oklahoma for her leadership on this measure that will save taxpayer dollars. I also want to recognize once again Subcommittee Ranking Member Mr. Kilmer, as well as Mr. Carey and Mr. Morelli. And I urge all of my colleagues who want to save taxpayers $5 million to vote in support of H.R. 7592, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 7592? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In my opinion, the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the bill is passed. Without objection, the motion is reconsidered, is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7593, the Modernizing the Congressional Research Services Access to Data Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 528, H.R. 7593, a bill to enhance the authority of the Director of the Congressional Research Service to obtain information directly from agencies of the federal government.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stahl, and the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Kilmer, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to submit additional material on the bill H.R. 7593, the Modernizing the Congressional Research Services Access to Data Act.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise in support of H.R. 7593, the Modernizing the Congressional Research Services Act to Access to Data Act. Congress is a dynamic institution. The way it operates today is different from how it operated 50 years ago. And it's probably safe to say that 50 years from now, Congress will look quite different than it does once again today. The Committee on House Administration is working to modernize Congress. The Subcommittee on Modernization's mandate is to improve and update how Congress works on behalf of the American people. There's no expiration date on this work because society evolves. Congress must do the same. Congress must be capable of continually adapting to address both the issues of the day and Americans' needs. As Congress evolves, its support agencies must do the same. They must be capable of working in a way that reflects how Congress works. It's been over 50 years since Congress updated CRS's authorizing statute, and much has changed since then in terms of how Congress operates. The federal policy landscape has grown more and more complex, and back home, Americans are confronting a vast range of challenges and are increasingly seeking our help. As a result, members are relying on CRS more than ever for supporting their legislative and representational duties. And in order for CRS to meet the growing demand, it needs quick access to current and reliable data and information. Mr. Speaker, H.R. 7593 fulfills this need. It updates CRS's statute to ensure that the agency can request data and information from federal agencies to support its work on behalf of Congress. And to be clear, we're talking about information and data that Congress and its support agencies have an established right to access. This change to the statute reflects how Congress has changed over the past 5 decades and will greatly improve CRS's ability to support how we work today. I have advocated for more modern CRS, and this measure fits into those efforts. I want to thank the Modernization Subcommittee Chairwoman Stephanie Bice for her leadership in bringing H.R. 7593 forward, and more generally for her efforts to improve and modernize CRS. I also want to thank Modernization Subcommittee Ranking Member Derek Kilmer, as well as Reps Carey and Morelli for their bipartisan support of this measure. I urge my colleagues in joining me to strengthen CRS by supporting H.R. 7593. I now reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Wisconsin reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as such time as I may consume. The second bill we're considering today from the Modernization Subcommittee is H.R. 7593, the Modernizing the Congressional Research Services Access to Data Act, which aims to address issues regarding CRS's access to federal data. As with the first bill, CRS itself has asked for this change, and it's a change that will again help the agency keep up with the times. When CRS's statute was developed in the 1970s, it stated that federal agencies need to comply with data requests from Congress to serve congressional committees, and it mentions that CRS is responsible for otherwise assisting offices with informational requests too. This stems from the committee-centric nature of Congress at the time. However, given the lack of explicit reference to personal offices, CRS indicated to the Modernization Subcommittee that they, at times, have struggled to access necessary information from federal agencies to execute their mission of serving committees and individual personal offices alike. CRS should be able to update reports on nationally significant issues proactively and simultaneously respond to specific member office requests. Additionally, their access should be on par with that provided to other legislative branch support agencies, like the Congressional Budget Office, for example. Accordingly, this bill updates the material CRS can request from federal agencies to cover CRS's broad mission without the existing committee-specific limitation. The bill requires CRS to maintain the broad confidentiality protections for data as required by law of the agency providing the information. It also ensures the CRS director themselves would oversee the process of these member-specific requests to ensure they align with CRS's longstanding, objective, nonpartisan mission, and that they would not create additional burdens for federal agencies. It matters to me, to our Modernization Subcommittee, and hopefully to all my colleagues here, that CRS has the federal data resources it needs to do its job, to serve Congress as we serve the people we represent. So with that, I urge my colleagues to support this common sense bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The congressman from Washington reserves. The congressman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield as much time as she may consume to the gentlewoman from Oklahoma, Ms. Bice, to speak on this bill.
The gentlewoman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of H.R. 7593, the Modernizing the Congressional Research Services Access to Data Act. In order for Congress to fulfill its Article I obligations and act as the first among co-equal branches of government, as the framers intended, its support agencies need to be fully equipped to assist Congress in all of its legislative and representative duties. When our support agencies falter, we falter, and it is incumbent upon us to fix what is not working. CRS is a case in point. The agency is bound by statute to outdated rules that do not reflect how Congress works today. CRS's statute was last updated in 1970, and back then, committees were very much at the center of the policymaking process. The agency's authority to request data and information from federal agencies reflected that reality. Requests for data and information could only be made to support the work of committees. More than 5 decades later, CRS continues to operate under this narrow and outdated requested authority. Congress has evolved as an institution, but in many ways, CRS is not. Its ability to fully support today's Congress is hindered by a statute drafted to support yesterday's Congress. Committees continue to play an important role in the legislative process, but so do members. Members today are doing more work on behalf of their constituents and relying more heavily on CRS for support. Whether they need data and information to better understand and address a problem in the district, or in anticipation of an emerging policy debate, members rely on CRS for its nonpartisan expertise. All of this work, for committees and for members, depends on CRS having access to current and reliable data. It is the basis of the objective and informed analysis on which Congress depends to fulfill its Article I obligations. When federal agencies are compelled to share data and information with CRS, only when it is requested on behalf of a committee, CRS is unable to fulfill its statutory obligation to support Congress in all of its duties. H.R. 7593 fixes this limitation by granting CRS the authority to secure information and data from federal agencies as necessary to carry out congressional requests. Not committee requests, but congressional requests. The fix is neither groundbreaking nor controversial. There is a nearly century-long chain of Supreme Court precedents that recognize the authority of Congress and, by extension, the legislative support agencies to gather information from the executive branch. In fact, GAO and CBO, CRS's sister support agencies, already enjoy greater access authorities because as Congress has added to their responsibilities, it has also provided them with the additional tools and authorities needed to carry out that additional work. Unfortunately, the same cannot be said for CRS. The agency's work has expanded tremendously since the 70s, but Congress has failed to pair its extra responsibilities with the extra support. In granting CRS greater access, this bill requires CRS to maintain the same level of confidentiality for the data and information it receives as is required by law of the agency from which it obtained. And any CRS employee that violates this requirement will be subject to the same statutory penalties that an employee of a providing agency would face. These provisions, it should be noted, mirror CBO's rigorously confidential authorities. CRS has a long-established record of not making inappropriate or overly expansive information and data requests. Nothing about this resolution changes that. The agency routinely engages in an internal consultation process to ensure the requests are properly scoped and tailored. Maintaining these guardrails around its requests helps CRS properly evaluate the potential ways that data and information may be used. The agency's strict adherence to its statutory mandate to advise and assist Congress without partisan bias has and will continue to guide its request. Updating CRS's statute to better reflect how Congress works today is an Article I strengthening endeavor. It does not concern politics or partisanship. It concerns institutions, plain and simple. When CRS is unable to fully support Congress, Congress cannot fully act as a co-equal branch of government. And when CRS is unable to fully support us as members in our legislative and representational duties, we are unable to fully support our constituents. Mr. Speaker, I think we can all agree that both of these scenarios are unacceptable. I urge my colleagues in joining me in supporting H.R. 7593, and I yield.
I reserve, and I'm prepared to close.
Reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we don't have any other speakers lined up, so I'm happy to yield back if the chairman's prepared to close. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to again thank the Modernization Subcommittee Chairwoman Stephanie Bice for her leadership on this measure. And I also want to thank Ranking Member Kilmer as well as Reps Carey and Rep Morelli. And I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 7593, and I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 7593? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 6513, the Confirmation of Congressional Observer Access Act of 2023, or the COCOA Act of 2023.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 296, H.R. 6513, a bill to amend the Help America Vote Act of 2002 to confirm the requirement that states allow access to designated congressional election observers to observe the election administration procedures in congressional elections.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stile, and the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Kilmer, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and submit additional material on Bill H.R. 6513, the COCOA Act of 2023.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 6513, the Confirmation of Congressional Observer Access Act, or the COCOA Act. Ensuring the fairness and accuracy of our elections is of utmost importance for me as chairman of the Committee on House Administration. The Election Observer Program is one of the key ways my committee has worked to strengthen election administration practices. Since 1933, there's been 110 contested election cases considered in the House. This averages 2 per Congress. During the 2020 election cycle, House election observers were deployed to Iowa's 2nd District to oversee the administration of the election of our now colleague, Rep. Marinette Miller-Meeks. She went on to win the contested race by only 6 votes, and trained House election observers were instrumental in collecting on-the-ground factual information for Congress. The Constitution grants Congress the authority to be the judge of the elections, returns, and qualifications of its own members. It's under this constitutional authority that the House established the Nonpartisan Election Observer Program. In the 2022 election cycle, observers were deployed to roughly 25 sites across the country. This long-running program has deployed trained congressional staff as election observers to sites nationwide with close congressional contests. Deploying election observers is much needed. Strong election integrity increases confidence and participation in our elections, which is a good thing. Providing a statutory citation for these election observers will monitor election administration practices to achieve the goal. Elections are partisan, but the administration of elections should never be partisan. I strongly urge my colleagues to support this bill. I'll reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
We're going to move you to Washington. The gentleman is recognized.
I knew what you meant. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 6513. I'm proud to say this measure is the byproduct of bipartisan agreement. Article 1, Section 5, Clause 1 of the Constitution grants Congress the authority to be the judge of the elections, returns, and qualifications of its own members. The House of Representatives serves as the final arbiter over any contest to the seating of any putative member-elect. Simply put, this measure, H.R. 6513, confirms Congress's constitutional authority to designated congressional staff to observe election administration procedures in congressional elections. I'm grateful to my colleague, Chairman Stile, for agreeing to address several concerns raised in committee with an earlier version of the text. For example, we were able to agree on the need to preserve the authority of local election officials to remove an observer who's being disruptive or interfering with the elections process, as well as the addition of language stating our sense that all House employees deployed as observers must adhere to the Code of Official Conduct while serving in this role. It's important to balance transparency with security, and at a time when election officials across the country have raised concerns about safety, security, and privacy, we should hold ourselves and our staff to the highest standards. We're glad to have worked with Chairman Stile and his staff to reach a bipartisan agreement, and with that, I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 6513. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
General reserved. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Kerry, to speak on the bill.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of my bill, H.R. 6513, the Confirmation of Congressional Observers Act, or COCOA Act of 2023. It will provide the statutory citation for the long-running, nonpartisan election observer program. This program has trained and equipped congressional staff to serve as election observers during close election contests. As we've seen or just heard, election contests can come down to just 6 votes. This critical program adds the added layer of accountability for the American people during those close contests. Ensuring our elections are fair, factual, and accurate is of utmost importance. I've been proud to work with my colleagues on the Committee on House Administration, this Congress, to strengthen our nation's elections. This program is a strong election integrity measure, and I encourage all of my colleagues to support it. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Wisconsin.
I reserve, and I'm prepared to close.
Reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the lead sponsor of the bill, Mr. Kerry, both for his leadership on this bill and for his partnership on the Modernization Subcommittee. We have no further speakers, so I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
I further encourage the strong support of H.R. 6513, the Confirmation of Congressional Observer Act. I encourage my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6513? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8333 as amended.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 8333, a bill to prohibit contracting with certain biotechnology providers and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Murthy, I can do this. Each will control 20 minutes.
Speaker.
Purpose, does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Opposition.
Does the gentleman from Illinois oppose the bill?
No, I support the bill. Yes.
The gentleman from Massachusetts will control 20 minutes, and the gentleman from Kentucky will control 20 minutes. Gentleman from Kentucky, the good man that he is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection, so ordered.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to support H.R. 8333, the BioSecure Act. This bipartisan, bicameral bill prevents U.S. tax dollars from flowing to biotechnology companies that are owned, operated, and controlled by China or other foreign adversaries. Specifically, this bill names 5 genomic companies with direct ties to the Chinese Communist Party as biotechnology companies of concern. The bill then prohibits a federal agency from procuring any biotechnology equipment or service from such companies. The bill also prohibits federal loan or grant dollars from being used to procure, obtain, or use biotechnology equipment or services from such companies. The companies named in this legislation create significant risk to U.S. national security. BGI, one of the named entities, is a CCP biotechnology company and is the world's largest collector of genetic data. BGI, alongside its subsidiaries, which are also named in the bill, have been found to conduct research alongside the Chinese military. WuXi, through its 2 subsidiaries named in the bill, operates genetic testing centers established in coordination with the CCP, helps carry out research to promote the Chinese military, and has reportedly stolen U.S. firms' intellectual property. The House Oversight Committee has worked hard with outside stakeholders and other committees of jurisdiction to ensure these national security risks are meaningfully addressed without disrupting medical and pharmaceutical supply chains. Existing contracts are exempt from the prohibitions in the bill until January 2032, and the bill includes a targeted waiver and exception process. The bill also exempts biotechnology equipment and services from the bill's prohibitions that were, but are no longer, produced or provided by a company of concern. This bill is a necessary step toward protecting American sensitive healthcare data from the CCP before these companies become more embedded in the U.S. economy, university systems, and federal contracting base. I want to thank the bill's sponsor, Representative Brad Winstrup, chairman of the Select Subcommittee on the Coronavirus Pandemic, for his efforts in ensuring this bill to advance. I also want to thank the Select Committee on the Chinese Communist Party, Chairman John Molinar and Ranking Member Raj Krishnamurthy, both original co-sponsors, as well as the House Oversight Committee's Ranking Member Jamie Raskin and the Senate Homeland Security Committee Chairman Gary Peters and their staff for their hard work on this legislation over the past year. I urge all my House Oversight colleagues to support this critical national security bill. I encourage everyone to support this bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserved. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I deeply regret having to rise in opposition to this bill, but I feel that I need to, and I want to be clear as to why. I think this bill is currently written, quite frankly, is not ready for prime time. And I'm urging our colleagues, particularly those who care about effectively taking on China, to vote no. Mr. Speaker, for the record, I'm not new to this issue. In fact, I welcome the fact that we're finally here on the House floor talking about not only the abysmal human rights violations committed by the People's Republic of China, but their unsavory and unscrupulous business practices that could threaten patient privacy and even our national security. And frankly, it's about damn time. I've been sounding the alarm for years now, asking Democrats and Republicans to hold China accountable. I've worked with presidents of both parties on this issue, including Joe Biden and Donald Trump. Along with our colleagues, Representative Chris Smith and Senator Marco Rubio, I wrote and President Biden signed into law the bipartisan Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act to hold the PRC accountable for their genocide in Xinjiang and prevent the import of goods made with forced labor into the United States. Together, Chairman McCall and I wrote the Resolve Tibet Act to hold the PRC accountable for their misinformation on Tibet, which was also just signed into law by President Biden a few months ago. I passed into law the bipartisan Reciprocal Access to Tibet Act to deny PRC officials entry into the United States if they are responsible for the oppression of the people of Tibet. And in 2019, I also authored legislation to prevent the export of crowd-control equipment that was being used to go after peaceful protesters in Hong Kong. And President Trump signed that into law. And I'm one of the few members of Congress who was actually sanctioned by China. I'm banned from going to China by the PRC. I can't meet with any Chinese government officials because of my vocal advocacy for human rights and human dignity in that country. They clearly do not like me, but I wear their sanctions as a badge of honor. All of this is to say that my record on this issue takes a back seat to nobody. And that is why I deeply regret that we are bringing this particular bill to the floor. This is a lost opportunity to do something meaningful about an important and serious issue, an issue that frankly deserves a lot more thought and attention than this. First of all, the bill lists out specific companies that it claims are exploiting the U.S. biopharmaceutical industry on behalf of the Chinese government. To be totally frank, some of them might be. But to be also totally frank, some of them might not be. And I can't get a clear answer from anyone on how the Select Committee came up with these names. What was the process? Were these companies brought in for questioning? Again, no solid answers to why these companies and not others. If we're going to name companies, there ought to be a clear, transparent process that is implemented the same for all companies. I'm even told by our regulatory agencies, who, by the way, do not like the idea of naming companies by name in legislation because they think it gives the heads up to bad companies who will try to evade this legislation as written by changing their name and reincorporating as something else in the Cayman Island. So I think we need to give some thought as to whether this is the best way to hold these companies to account. But the most ironic thing about this approach is this is how they do things in China. The PRC politicians decide they don't like you, so they blackball you. Guess what? That's not how we do things in the United States of America. We ought to have due process of law here. We ought to have a transparent, inclusive process that involves all the relevant agencies, that applies to all companies. We have an intelligence community. We have law enforcement agencies. We have an interagency entity list. And we have a DOD 1260H list to determine what companies are engaged in bad behavior on behalf of the PRC. Some of the companies listed in this bill are not on any lists at all. So it's up to us to guess why they're on here. Now, I have no idea who wrote this text or why these companies are not others, but this is not the right way to legislate. This is being jammed through because I guess it's China Week, and God forbid we wait a couple of more weeks and get this right, but we want to get this thing done. But this is not the way we should be doing things around here. And what's even worse is that this bill is being brought up under suspension. I mean, people know that there are genuine concerns about this bill, and yet it's being brought up under suspension. So we have no opportunity to amend it or to make improvements. No process through the Rules Committee, no amendments, nothing. I mean, believe me when I say I really, really believe we could get to yes on a bill to hold bad companies accountable and to protect the American people. I think we could get yes to a bill that would not only have my support, but the support of everybody in this chamber. This is just take it or leave it. And I think the best thing for all of us to do is to leave it and go back to the drawing board and to come up with something better that we can get to the floor in the next several days, the next couple of weeks. Look, I've spent my entire career standing up to the Chinese Communist Party and to the PRC, and I have the battle scars to prove it. And yes, I do have a company in my district that is actually named in this bill. But that's not the only reason why I'm here. I'm here because I care about these issues. I have cared about these issues for a long time. And yes, I did my due diligence on the company in my district and asked why they were included. Like, not a radical question, not a tough question, and nobody can really tell me. I get a different answer every time I'm asked. Not in a classified setting, not in an unclassified setting. Nobody can still give me a straight answer. In fact, I've been given multiple conflicting reasons. This should be easy. This company is on a list because they are doing X, Y, and Z, and we have the proof. I've never heard that. Maybe it applies to, maybe some of the concerns apply to some of these companies. I have no idea. And nobody, including the people who wrote this bill, can give me a clear answer on the basic question, like why some entities are named and others are not. And then once they are named in this bill, the 5 companies that are named, I'm told that it is literally impossible for them to get off the list. So if one of these 5 companies does not belong on the list, too bad. Congress doesn't like you, and that's that. Let me be crystal clear. If a thorough interagency review concludes that any of these named companies, including the one in my district, are engaged in behavior that endangers our national security or violates people's privacy, I will be the first to say, shut them down. But without that process, again, this is how they do things in China. It shouldn't be how we do things in the United States. So I strongly urge a no vote. And I pledge that if this bill is defeated, or if my friends pull it, I will proudly work to come up with a better bill that will actually get the job done and not create a slippery slope that we should not be going down. We have other standing committees that should have been involved in drafting this bill, quite frankly, that have expertise on these matters. Foreign Affairs, Energy and Commerce, Ways and Means, Homeland Security, Intelligence. They should have been consulted and at the table here. It should have been more than the Select Committee and the Oversight Committee. Let's do this in a better way. Let's create a fully vetted list that goes through an interagency process, not a flawed bill that has major enforcement problems that I believe will actually hurt us in opposing PRC's activities. So let's pull this bill or defeat this bill, and let's get this right. We have an opportunity to get it right. Let's get it right, and we get it to the floor in a matter of days. With that, I reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Krishnamurti.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the bipartisan H.R. 8333, the BioSecure Act. Simply put, this bill prevents American taxpayer dollars from flowing to foreign adversary biotech companies of concern. The bill creates a process by which the executive branch will develop a list of entities, review and modify this list at least annually, and formulate implementation guidance for all federal agencies. Further, the bill has an even number of Democratic and Republican co-sponsors and received a thumping 40-to-1 markup in the Oversight Committee. Human rights groups strongly support this bill as well. Fundamentally, this bill is about protecting Americans' genomic data, their healthcare data, and sensitive IP on America's most innovative and cutting-edge medicines. The intelligence community has warned that the PRC illegally obtains large healthcare data sets to help carry out human rights abuses against minority groups in China. The IC has also warned of the high threat of the CCP stealing American IP. It is our responsibility to ensure that taxpayer dollars do not flow to any companies supporting any of these efforts. This bill does not stop these companies from doing business in the U.S. However, it does stop them from receiving federal dollars funding their operations. I'd like to respectfully make 3 key points. First, if you could please put up this poster. BGI Group is run by bad actors. For example, BGI, which is on the Defense Department's Chinese military companies list, has harvested data from 8 million pregnant women's DNA without their consent, including Americans. BGI then used that data to publish at least a dozen joint studies with the People's Liberation Army, also known as the PLA, which in turn has used this information to suppress Uyghurs. BGI controls MGI and Complete Genomics, which are also named entities. Second, the Wuxi AppTec Group is also run by bad actors. U.S. intel has shown that Wuxi AppTec has secretly transferred U.S. IP to Chinese authorities in Beijing. Third, the founding CEO of Wuxi AppTec is also the chairman of Wuxi Biologics. Not only that, but the CEO of Wuxi AppTec, Wuxi Biologics, this gentleman over here on the far left, has been a guest lecturer at the PLA's Academy of Military Sciences, an institution on the Commerce Department's red flag list. In addition, here's the CEO of Wuxi Biologics co-teaching a class with Chinese General Chen Wei, director of the Chinese military's Biological Research Institute. Can you show the next graphic? Here's a picture of the CCP party cell embedded at Wuxi AppTec. As Congress, we need to ask ourselves, are we comfortable sending taxpayer dollars to companies that are run by bad actors and that work so closely with the Chinese Communist Party, the CCP? The answer is, of course, no. No. And we need to act now. I understand legitimate concerns have been raised about making further changes. Our preference is to give maximum discretion to the executive branch. It's Congress's decision that these companies must be included in this bill. There's no doubt that this is a valid approach. I support further changes being made. I'm voting yes to move this process along because on balance, a yes vote is the right vote. Mr. Speaker, I urge the passage of this legislation, the BioSecure Act, to protect American genetic data and to protect American drug supply chains. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Does the gentleman yield back?
I do yield back, but I reserve the remainder of my 5 or 6 minutes, whatever you've given me.
The gentleman does not control the time.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts, you are recognized.
Yeah, first of all, Wuxi AppTec and Wuxi Biologics are two separate entities. But again, I was hoping to get some more clarity, and this is what puzzles me as to why Wuxi Biologics is on this list. I was told at one point that they were on the list because the Department of Commerce had them on the unverified list. So I actually had a conversation with the Department of Commerce to try to understand all these different lists. And they tell me that it's not uncommon for companies to be on the unverified list, especially in the aftermath of COVID, because it was hard to do the investigations. But then they sent me a statement in which Wuxi Biologics was removed from the unverified list. So then I said, well, they must be on another list. So they said they had this thing called the entity list. So I asked them, I said, they must be on the entity list if they're named in this bill. And the entity list is made up of foreign individuals, companies, and organizations deemed a national security concern, subjecting them to export restrictions and licensing requirements for certain technologies or goods. So it must be on that list. And the Commerce Department said, no, they're not on that list. I said, okay, so they're not on the unverified list, and they're not on the entity list. Is there any other list out there? Well, there is another one out there, the DOD. It's the Section 1260H list. Are they on that list? And I'm told, no, they're not on that list either. I mean, this is the Section 1260H list is made up of Chinese military companies operating directly or indirectly in the United States in accordance with the statutory requirement of Section 1260H of the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal 2021. So they're not on any of those lists. They're not on any of those lists. And then here's the deal. If they don't belong in the underlying legislation, there's no way to get off the list. There's no way for them to get off the list. I was told, with all due respect by the ranking member, that there was, and I checked with our Senate colleagues and with Commerce, those that are named cannot get off the list. All I'm simply saying is maybe I'm missing something here, But we ought to have an interagency review and thorough investigation before we start, implementing these kinds of sanctions. Again, this is what they do in China. This is not what we're supposed to do in the United States. Due process actually matters here. The truth should matter here. And again, some of these companies absolutely may belong on this list, but I'm just simply saying I've got questions that have not been answered either in a classified or unclassified setting, and have certainly not been satisfied by members of the committee. And with that, I reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Ohio, the sponsor of the bill, Mr. Winthrop.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of this bill, my bill, with Mr. Krishnamurthy, my friend, the BioSecure Act, which passed the Oversight Committee by an overwhelming bipartisan support vote of 40-1. This legislation is a critical piece in our broader efforts this week to protect Americans, and in this case, their personal health data from the Chinese Communist Party. The Chinese Communist Party does not get due process in America. The BioSecure Act will help ensure the biological data of American patients and make sure that their data does not fall into the hands of our adversaries. We do this by prohibiting federal contracting with biotechnology companies of concern, companies and their subsidiaries that have overt and enduring ties with the CCP, or even using the equipment and services of these very companies. Our government has acted to keep the CCP out of our telecommunication networks and communication platforms. Now we must act to keep them away from our genomic and health data. China has publicly stated their desire to dominate the global biotechnology market by 2035. This is incredibly concerning given the Chinese Communist Party's national intelligence laws, which require Chinese firms to share any requested data with the CCP. The existence of that law is enough to drive us forward with this bill, because that law includes biotech companies that collect, test, and store American genomic data. That's why they are named, because that is the risk to the American people and our national security. This legislation affects companies like the Beijing Genomics Institute, known as BGI, a Chinese company that's collected DNA from millions around the world and used that data without consent for genomic projects conducted by the Chinese military. The 2021 Reuters report found DNA data collected from BGI's prenatal test on women outside China has also been stored in China's government-funded gene database. Another Chinese company, WuXi AppTec, has sponsored events with China's military, reportedly with IP reportedly stolen from the U.S., and jointly operated genetic collection sites with Chinese military. Further, as was mentioned before, the chairman of WuXi AppTec is a board member of WuXi Biologics and a known member of the CCP. And he's publicly mentioned many times about the central role of the CCP in WuXi Group's activities. We have worked to ensure this bill provides an appropriate and workable off-ramp for American companies and our government to decouple with CCP-aligned biotech firms. This is about protecting Americans from an adversary that will leave no stone unturned to get an upper hand over the United States of America and our people. Time and time again, these biotech companies have proven they are more than willing to do the bidding of the CCP. It's a proven relationship. We can't at the same time allow them to collect the private health information of millions of Americans. I've spent 25 years as an Army physician and combat surgeon. I spent 10 years now on the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. Guess what? We don't bring our adversaries in for questioning. It doesn't work that way. As a matter of fact, when I've tried to do that, Mr. Speaker, on the Select Subcommittee on the pandemic, I asked the Chinese ambassador about certain scientists in China we would like to speak to. They didn't respond. It's time for Congress to take this step towards securing our national health security for every person in America, in every district of America. This is no joke. And it's just a start. It really needs to be just a start. And when my colleague said that he's not against this bill just only because he has a company wants to build in his district, but I guess it must be one of his reasons. He said it's not the only reason. I applaud the bipartisan work of the Select Subcommittee on China on their serious efforts, and I strongly urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan legislation. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman from Ohio yields. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts, you're recognized.
Yeah, this is a very strange debate, Mr. Speaker. You know, again, are we all comfortable moving forward in a way that doesn't require any thoughtful or interagency investigation or process? And a process with integrity, by the way, will result in any of the bad actors getting on a list. I mean, that's what an interagency process is supposed to be about. And our friends still haven't really told me the criteria they use to get people on their blacklist, except the gentleman from Ohio just said, you know, if I want to say that you are bad, then you are on the list. That is not the way we do things in the United States. And I hope we never will do that in the United States. That's the way they do things in China. And again, as I said it before, WuXi Biologics is distinct from WuXi AppTec. But in this, I guess, during China Week, anything with the Chinese name is somehow suspect and somehow bad. I would also say I want to ask unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from Inside Health Policy entitled "Cutting Foreign Ties Could Lead to Drug Supply Chain Disruptions, Industry Warns."
Without objection, so ordered.
Yeah, and I point that out because we got to be very careful on how we proceed to make sure we are going after truly bad actors, so we don't kind of disrupt the supply chain in which we see a disruption in pharmaceuticals, which means higher prices and less availability. That is something that ought to be talked about. It'd be nice if the Energy and Commerce Committee were part of this discussion, because I think that is relevant. Again, I have no problem with holding anybody accountable. I would just like a process that has integrity. You know, with due respect to the gentleman who just spoke, you know, your word doesn't cut it. I want a little bit more verification that, in fact, what we're doing is right. If the verification is there, I am with you. We can get there. We could do this in a better way, one that upholds our values and one that holds these companies accountable. And again, and we could go in a way that would have broad bipartisan support. And with that, I reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire about how much time we have remaining?
The gentleman from Kentucky has 7.5 minutes remaining.
Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Molinar.
The gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise today in support of the Bipartisan BioSecure Act. I know that some of my colleagues may have questions about naming specific Chinese companies in this legislation, so let me be clear. It is Congress's constitutional duty to write national security laws, and that includes the authority to investigate and name foreign adversary-controlled companies in law because of the threat they pose to national security. And make no mistake, BGI, WuXi AppTec, and WuXi Biologics all pose unacceptable threats to national security. The evidence is clear and available to all members. And I have tremendous respect for my colleague from Massachusetts who said he did due diligence that there are complete separation between WuXi AppTec and WuXi Biologics when the CEO of one is the board chair or on the board of the other. So to me, it just seems like there may be a little ignoring of some of the evidence. Courts have upheld laws in which Congress named Huawei and Kaspersky as national security threats and imposed prohibitions on their activities. And I'm confident that they will do the same for TikTok. When the evidence in front of Congress shows that foreign adversary companies are a particularly important or especially urgent threat to national security, It is Congress's job to act. Congress now has a duty to do exactly that. Please join me in supporting this vital legislation, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Michigan yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Reserved.
The gentleman reserved. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, just to respond to the gentleman from Michigan, I didn't say I've done my due diligence and that there's no connection. I said they're two separate entities. I said we should have a process in place that has integrity, that everyone has confidence in, to do the due diligence, to make sure, in fact, that the companies that are being named are, in fact, deserve to be named. You know, experts, by the way, in my state tell me that we do not have enough domestic capacity to pick up the slack if the named companies were barred from doing business with the U.S. today. Clearly, we need to increase our domestic drug production capacity and quality. The federal government should incentivize domestic biotech companies to manufacture products like active pharmaceutical ingredients and key starting materials to help ensure that the security of our supply chains. We could better support workforce development by providing funding for regional training centers and efforts to diversify the workforce. These are just some suggestions based on the feedback that I've received, but the bottom line is we need to make some changes to improve capacity at home. So as we are going after the bad actors, let's also figure out how to increase capacity at home. And all I am saying, and let me repeat, if any or all of these companies deserve to be sanctioned, I'm there. I just want a process that has integrity, that is worthy of this institution. And it seems to me it is not that difficult to get there. But I guess in the effort to try to comply with China Week and to get a press release out, we're naming companies without really any thorough and thoughtful process. And I have to tell you, I object to that. I worry that it's a slippery slope that will be replicated in other instances. And with that, I reserve.
The gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Dunn.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to urge my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 8333, the BioSecure Act. This bill ensures that biotech companies linked to foreign adversaries do not gain access to precious U.S. taxpayer dollars via biotechnology contracts. We cannot allow the CCP-affiliated firms to gain access to U.S. genetic data. We cannot allow ourselves to be dependent and vulnerable to the CCP for healthcare technologies, products, and services. Otherwise, we risk China using our own health data as leverage against us. We recognize that our biotechnology companies did not arrive at this juncture on their own. Decades of failed policy and unreasonable burdensome red tape and lack of oversight led to this precarious situation of overinvestment in and industrial partnerships with China. We must act in coordination with the biotech sector to correct this imbalance. The BioSecure Act accomplishes this, and I urge support for this bill, and I yield back to Chairman Summers.
The gentleman from Florida yields. The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts, you're recognized.
May I ask the gentleman how many more speakers he has?
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes. Two speakers left.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserved. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I now recognize the gentlelady from Oklahoma for 1 minute.
The gentleman yields 1 minute to the lady from Oklahoma. She's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of the bipartisan BioSecure Act, which I am proud to be a co-sponsor of. And I reiterate the bipartisan piece of this because I think the integrity of the China Commission is being questioned here, and it shouldn't be. It's a bipartisan bill. As a member of the National Security Commission on Emerging Biotechnology, we've looked at ways to strengthen America's bioeconomy while countering malign foreign influence, which this bill seeks to do. It is no secret that China is attempting to dominate the global biotech market. While this is concerning, even more so is the fact that the Chinese Communist Party utilizes laws which require Chinese firms to share data requested by the CCP, including those of biotech companies which collect, test, and store American genomic data. It is unacceptable for U.S. taxpayer dollars to ever subsidize biotech companies of our foreign adversaries. This act is a necessary step in protecting the privacy rights of Americans and our national security interest. Moving forward, we must take steps to promote growth, stability, and innovation in the biotech industry. America can and should lead in this sector. And with that, I yield.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts recognized.
Well, let me just yield myself a few seconds here, Mr. Speaker. I should point out for the record that WuXi Biologics did a third-party audit, and which indicates that they don't contain any biogenetic information. And again, again, all I'm asking for here is a process that is above question. And I do think there is something to be said to make sure that we get it right. And this idea that we may not get it right, and it's too bad for a company, it's too bad for the people who work there, it's too bad for the supply chain, and we'll see prescription drugs go up for no reason, just because we're lazy. You don't want to do a full audit? I'm sorry. We Democrats and Republicans should agree that process matters. Again, we are not China. We are the United States of America. We do things in a transparent and open way. And I don't think it's unreasonable to be here saying we ought to have a thorough process that these companies are subjected to and that all others are. And if any of these companies or any others are deemed to be in collaboration with the Chinese Communist Party or the PRC or whoever else you don't like, and they're sharing sensitive information or behaving in a way that is unscrupulous and a violation of our laws, then we should hold them accountable. There is no question about that. It is about this bill and about the lack of process and the lack of transparency. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 45 seconds to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Krishnamurti.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With regard to the process issue, on page 10 of the bill, there's actually a process where the Office of Management and Budget decides on an annual basis, no less than an annual basis, to review the list and modify as appropriate. OMB is given authority to promulgate regulations, and we think there should be additional details provided, and I'd like to work with the distinguished ranking member of the Rules Committee to further refine that process, because I agree it could use more detail. Secondly, I just want to point out, again, WuXi Biologics. The chair of WuXi AppTech is the chair of WuXi Biologics.
Gentleman's time's expired.
That is why so many groups...
15 seconds.
The gentleman's yielded 15 seconds. You're recognized.
That is why it's so disturbing to so many to see the CEO, the current CEO of WuXi Biologics, co-teaching a class with a Chinese general at the Biological Engineering Research Institute, the current CEO of WuXi Biologics actually being on the faculty of a PLA-affiliated institution. That's why the International Campaign for Tibet and Uyghur human rights groups strongly support this bill.
Gentleman's time
I yield back.
Expired. Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further questioners and prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts recognized.
Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have remaining?
The gentleman from Massachusetts has 4 minutes.
I yield myself the remaining time.
The gentleman's recognized for the remaining time.
Yeah. This is so disappointing, Mr. Speaker, that we are here having this debate. And with all due respect to the gentleman from Illinois, the idea that we are blacklisting a company that is not on any list in the Commerce Department or in the Defense Department, and we're just doing it because you don't like who they've been affiliated with over the years, is really quite irresponsible. Companies ought to be sanctioned that have done something wrong. WuXi Biologics did a third-party audit. Again, they contain no biogenetic information. That's what the audit revealed. But it doesn't really make any difference. And by the way, they can't get off the list. They can't get off the list because of the way you wrote this bill. There's no remedy for them if you are wrong. Really? That's what we do in Congress? You don't like the name of a company? It's a Chinese name, and so automatically they have to be guilty of all the worst things that you can think of. Some of these companies might, but some of them might not be. And I'm going to tell you, that's why process matters. I mean, all of us, Democrats and Republicans, should want a thorough process so we come here and we're speaking with one voice. Again, some of these companies that the gentleman has put in his bill may, in fact, it may be justified. But let's do the process. Let's get this right. Why is that such a controversial thing? The only thing I can think of is because you're trying to rush to comply with China Week and not trying to get legislation right. Look, committees of jurisdiction, the Intelligence Committee, the Foreign Affairs Committee, the Ways and Means Committee, the Energy and Commerce Committee, all of them should be at the table working with you on this legislation. But they weren't. This is not the way we should address this very serious matter. I have been talking about the issue of China's unscrupulous business activities for years and years and years. I want to get this right. I want to get it right in a way where we can't be accused of just blacklisting companies because we don't like their last name. There is a better way to do this. And quite frankly, we tried to work with you on a better way, but you had no interest in working with us on a better way. I regret that because I wouldn't be here today, and I think you'd have a unanimous vote. But I think people are concerned about the process, and process matters. We are not China. We are the United States of America. We are better. We are transparent. We employ and embrace open processes for the world to see. And if any of these companies are engaged in activities that are objectionable, let's hold them accountable, but it should be as the result of a thorough process. And again, I will close by saying I'm one of the few people here who is sanctioned by China, who cannot travel there. My family can't travel there, according to their press release. So they don't like me at all. And the reason why they don't is because we have passed legislation that has been effective, that has worked. We have an opportunity to do that here. No amendments. I mean, you bring this bill that really that has all these, incredible consequences to the floor. No amendments allowed. No input from other committees. Here, take it or leave it. Well, you know what? We ought to leave it and go back to the drawing board and get this right. We could figure this out in a matter of days. We get this right. Let's do it. Let's do it, and let's do it in a way that holds China to account. The final thing I'm going to say is what we've been hearing from the regulatory agencies is that by naming these companies in a bill, you're giving them the heads up. They can change their name and reincorporate in the Cayman Islands and come back, and we're playing whack-a-mole with them. There's a better way to do this. Let us work together and get there. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I have no further speakers.
The gentleman prepared to close.
I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've heard here today broad consensus among my House colleagues that U.S. taxpayer dollars should not go to foreign biotechnology entities that steal Americans' genetic data, contribute to a foreign adversary's military, or support the violation of human rights. The BioSecure Act addresses this national security problem by clearly prohibiting a federal agency from procuring any biotechnology equipment or service from a company controlled by a foreign adversary such as the CCP. Americans saw firsthand during the COVID pandemic what happens when foreign adversary acts irresponsibly in the biotechnology sector. China restricted the export of vital medical equipment to the United States, refused to tell the world about COVID when it first emerged, and covered up evidence related to the origins of COVID-19. This bill is a necessary step towards protecting Americans' sensitive healthcare data from a foreign adversary like the CCP before the U.S. biomedical and healthcare sector becomes even more dependent upon Chinese-influenced organizations. It is critical that we pass the BioSecure Act before more harm is done. I urge my colleagues to vote in support of this national security bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8333 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the what purpose does the
Ask for the yeas and nays.
recognition?
Recorded vote.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further decision on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2864 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 407, H.R. 2864, a bill to amend the Secure and Trusted Communications Networks Act of 2019 to provide for the addition of certain equipment and services produced or provided by DJI Technologies to the list of covered communications equipment or services published under such act and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Latta, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this legislation, H.R. 2864, the Countering CCP Drones Act, led by the gentlelady from New York's 21st District. DJI Technologies is the largest drone manufacturer in the world. Their drones are used by hobbyists, public safety agencies, and private companies to capture images from above, protect the public, and monitor critical infrastructure. Despite its significant presence, DJI is based in China, and it has known ties with the Chinese Communist Party, which represents a national security risk to the United States. As we know, the companies with ties to the CCP operate in an environment tightly intertwined with the Communist Chinese government, raising serious concerns about the level of influence and potential for exploitation by the CCP. For example, under China's 2017 National Intelligence Act, these companies are required to support, provide assistance to, and cooperate with China's national intelligence work wherever they cooperate, which would and could jeopardize Americans. This threat is especially significant with DJI given how their drones are used within the United States, and we must act to address this threat. H.R. 2864 adds telecommunications or video surveillance equipment and surveillance services produced or provided by DJI Technologies to the FCC's covered list, which is a list of communications equipment or services that pose an unacceptable risk to national security. As a result of being placed on this list, the FCC could no longer authorize DJI drones going forward. This legislation is forward-looking. It only applies to drones that DJI seeks FCC authorization for after this bill becomes law. It would not affect the authorization of drones already in use today. It is imperative we move forward with these efforts to remove the threat posed by DJI. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 2864, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 2864, the Countering CCP Drones Act. Our country's communications networks help support many parts of our daily lives and play an essential role across almost every sector of our economy. Robust networks allow Americans to have easier access to doctors, teachers, and job opportunities, and they're also vital to our nation's critical infrastructure, public safety systems, supply chains, and government functions. And this is unlikely to change anytime soon. In fact, as technology advances, our networks are only expected to become even more embedded in everyday life. But this growing reach has made our communications networks targets that face constant threats from adversarial nations and others. In the last few months, we've seen reports that hacking groups linked to China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran are gaining access to our communications networks to conduct surveillance, collect massive amounts of data, and manipulate our elections. And because of this, there's a real risk that the information that they collect could be used to launch cyber attacks on our critical infrastructure and undermine our democratic values of free speech and expression, as well as civil and human rights. But fortunately, Congress has acted with strong bipartisan support to bolster the defense of our communications networks. My bipartisan Secure and Trusted Communications Networks Act, which became law in 2020, establish a list of equipment and services that pose a national security risk and prevent their use in our communications networks. And H.R. 2864 builds on that bipartisan work by adding the telecommunications and video surveillance equipment and services provided by so-called DJI technologies, better recognized as the equipment and services used in their drones, to the Federal Communications Commission's covered list. With this action, Congress will ensure that future versions of DJI drones cannot be imported, marketed, or sold in the United States. DJI Technologies and its drones have repeatedly been flagged by the federal government as a national security risk. Because DJI is the global leader in drone manufacturing and has ties to the Chinese Communist Party, its drone technology and the data it collects could be exploited by the CCP to enable the theft of sensitive American data and compromise critical infrastructure in the United States. And this is especially true given that recent figures indicate that DJI controls almost 90% of the consumer drone market in North America, and DJI drones are often used by local law enforcement agencies for public safety operations. So with this bill, we continue our vigilance in protecting American data, as well as our communications networks and other critical infrastructure from rogue nation states. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 2864, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield as much time as the gentlelady from New York's 21st District may consume, and also the bill's sponsor. Thank you very much.
The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today in support of my bipartisan legislation, the Countering CCP Drones Act. First, I want to thank Chairwoman Cathy McMorris Rodgers, Chairman Latta, Ranking Member Pallone, and the Energy and Commerce Committee for their bipartisan support of this legislation and others that seek to end Communist China's malign influence in America. Additionally, I want to thank my colleague, Majority Leader Scalise, for bringing these bills to the floor that clearly demonstrate that House Republicans will continue to lead in countering Communist China. The Chinese Communist Party is working to undermine American sovereignty by forcing Americans to rely and depend on unsecure Communist Chinese technology. Nowhere is this more evident than in the drone industry. In 2015, the CCP launched the Made in China 2025 initiative, which leveraged aggressive subsidies, direct CCP investment, and unfair trade practices to artificially drive down the cost of Chinese manufactured drones, undercutting American companies and ensuring the rest of the world was forced to rely on Communist China for unsecured drone technology. Due to these authoritarian policies, America has been flooded with drones manufactured by CCP-controlled drone company DJI. Allowing artificially cheap DJI drones to monopolize our skies has decimated American drone manufacturing and given our greatest strategic adversary eyes in our skies. Over the last 7 years, the U.S. government has publicly confirmed time and time again that DJI drones are being used to collect information on U.S. critical infrastructure and pose significant risks to U.S. national security. Moreover, DJI is on the U.S. Department of Defense list of Chinese military companies because it directly advances the modernization efforts of the People's Liberation Army. Not only does DJI improve the equipment of our greatest strategic adversary, which could one day be used against U.S. service members, they also actively aid the CCP in carrying out genocidal crimes against ethnic minorities. It is past time we end Communist China's role as the world's drone factory. My legislation, the Countering CCP Drones Act, will place DJI on the FCC's covered list, which will prohibit new models of DJI drones from operating in America. This will initiate a much-needed transition period to improve the competitiveness of U.S. drone companies, remove Chinese spy drones from our skies, and end our reliance on CCP-manufactured drones. For too long, we have allowed Communist China leverage over our critical industries through their malign drone monopoly. As drones become become increasingly integrated into our military, law enforcement, agriculture, and critical infrastructure, the U.S. must build our domestic manufacturing capabilities. Make no mistake, Communist China will use the successes of its Made in China 2025 initiative to undercut American global leadership and domestic security. We have 3 months to reverse the course of these successes. The passage of my Countering CCP Drones Act is a critical step in that direction. I urge all of my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Ohio
Reserve.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no additional speakers, so I'll reserve or close whatever.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Michigan's 2nd District.
The gentleman in Michigan is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise in support of Conference Chair Stefanik's bill, the Countering CCP Drones Act. This bill would add Chinese drone company DJI to the FCC covered list, meaning that any future models of DJI drones would be prohibited from operating on U.S. telecommunications infrastructure. DJI poses a real national security risk to the United States given its deep partnership with the Chinese military, its expressed allegiance to the Chinese Communist Party, and its surveillance technology operating across U.S. soil. What's more, that very same technology equips the CCP's genocide of the Uyghur people in Xinjiang. Understanding these risks, the Pentagon placed DJI on its blacklist as a Chinese military company. The Treasury Department forbids Americans from investing in DJI. The Commerce Department restricts U.S. companies from exporting technology to DJI. It's time for Congress to do its part and to start winding down DJI's presence in the United States. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman yields back from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve the balance of our time, and that is our last speaker.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would simply urge support for this legislation on a bipartisan basis and yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I further urge support of H.R. 2864. This bill, again, came out of the Energy and Commerce Committee 43-0. And I urge passage of the legislation and yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2864 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, messages from the President of the United States of America.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I am directed by the President of the United States to deliver to the House of Representatives messages in writing.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 820 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 405, H.R. 820. A bill to direct the Federal Communications Commission to publish a list of entities that hold authorizations, licenses, or other grants of authority issued by the Commission and that have certain foreign ownership and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Latta, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 20 minutes, and the chair recognizes Mr. Latta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend the remarks and insert extraneous matters and materials in the record on the bill.
So ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 820, the Foreign Adversary Communications Transparency Act, led by the gentlelady from New York's 21st District. The Chinese Communist Party and other foreign adversaries present security threats to our critical infrastructure. Entities with ties to these countries could be called upon to support and assist their national intelligence work, jeopardizing the security of American data and communications networks. As a result, the presence of their equipment in our networks pose a significant threat to our national security. Over the years, Congress has worked to address these threats, from passing legislation from rip and replace in Huawei and ZTE equipment from our networks by encouraging TikTok to divest from its CCP-controlled parent company, ByteDance. We must build on this work by bringing transparency into the ways our foreign adversaries operate in our networks. This legislation requires the FCC to annually publish a list of entities with ties to our adversaries, Communist China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea, that hold a license, authorization, or other authority granted by the FCC. Understanding which adversaries are present in our communications networks, as well as the threat they pose, is necessary to strengthen our networks. I want to thank the gentlelady from New York's 21st District for her leadership on this bill, and the chair of the Energy and Commerce Committee for her leadership moving this bill to the floor. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 820, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
And Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 820, the Foreign Adversary Communications Transparency Act. Last week, the Department of Justice indicted 2 Russian nationals over payments made to several extreme right-wing American influencers in an attempt to tip the scales in our nation's upcoming elections. This is an extremely disturbing and essentially stark reminder of the length that foreign adversary countries will go to use our media and communications networks to disrupt and divide us, weakening our country for their own benefit. Whether it's through social media, equipment, or the communications networks itself, we have seen these operations time and time again, which is why we must stay vigilant to minimize these risks or avoid them altogether. So today we're taking additional action to stay ahead of these risks. H.R. 820 will shed some light on the investments of foreign adversaries in our country's communications networks. Every day, these networks carry Americans' most sensitive personal data, so we must have a clear understanding if any foreign adversary countries or the companies operating within those countries are investors in our communications networks. And this is critically important because, unfortunately, we have too often seen foreign adversary governments or those beholden to them target these networks and the devices and applications running on top of them as a way to disrupt our daily lives or to conduct espionage campaigns. And any communications network with ties to China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran magnifies this target and endangers our national security interests. So H.R. 820 helps address these concerns. This bipartisan bill would require the Federal Communications Commission to publish a list within 4 months indicating any entities with ties to China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran, and then hold wireless and undersea cable licenses that power our country's mobile and fixed communications networks. The bill would also require the FCC to issue rules in 18 months to help us find out, basically, any foreign ownership information for the remaining authorizations, licenses, and grants that the agency issues. The FCC would then publish on its list any additional entities with ties to China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran, no later than 1 year after the new rules are adopted. And the FCC would also need to update this entity list annually. So with this bill, we continue to secure our communications networks and protect Americans from rogue nation states seeking to use our networks against us. This bill would also help us better protect our allies, as they too rely on our global undersea cable network for broadband services. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 820, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield as much time as she may consume. The bill's sponsor, the gentlelady from New York's 21st District.
The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And once again, I rise today in support of bipartisan legislation, the Foreign Adversary Communications Transparency, or FACT Act. I want to thank again our E&C Chairwoman, Cathy McMorris Rodgers, Chairman Latta, Ranking Member Pallone, and the entire committee for their support. Additionally, I also want to take the time to thank the previous chair of the Select Committee on the CCP, Mike Gallagher, the current chair, Chairman John Molinar, and the Ranking Member Raja Krishnamurthy for their work this Congress in advancing public awareness of the dire threat that Communist China poses to America's prosperity and passing critical legislation to counter that critical threat. Communist China is using every tool at its disposal to conduct a coordinated campaign to surveil and collect information on Americans. One of the ways that the CCP is doing this is through infiltrating our telecommunications and technology markets. Despite this clear and present threat posed by Communist Chinese-controlled telecommunications company, many still maintain authorities to operate in the United States. Even worse, while some CCP-controlled companies like Huawei and ZTE have been publicly identified, there are other communist Chinese telecom and tech companies that have not yet drawn public scrutiny. My Bipartisan FACT Act will provide much-needed transparency into the level of Communist China's infiltration into our technology sector. The FACT Act will require the Federal Communications Commission to publish a list of companies who both hold FCC authorizations and have any ownership by foreign adversarial governments, including China, Russia, Iran, and others. This public disclosure will help to shine a light on the malign access and influence Communist Chinese companies have inside our tech and telecom markets. We cannot allow companies controlled by the CCP or other foreign adversaries to have unfettered and unknown access to our telecommunications infrastructure. This legislation will give Americans much needed transparency and will pave the way for future action to counter these adversarial-owned listed companies. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this bipartisan bill to counter the influence of Communist China and other foreign adversaries on America's telecommunications infrastructure, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Ohio reserves.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve, and also just to the ranking member, we have no other speakers on our side, so we're prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would again urge support for this important legislation to protect us on a bipartisan basis, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This legislation came out of the Energy and Commerce Committee, 44-0. Shows the absolute how important this legislation is, and I urge support of H.R. 820 and yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 820 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7589.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 420, H.R. 7589. A bill to direct the Secretary of Commerce, acting through the Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Communications and Information, to conduct a study of the national security risk posed by consumer routers, modems, and devices that combine modem and router, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Latta, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend the remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of my legislation, H.R. 7589, the Routers Act. Routers and modems play a key role in communications networks. They are the entry point through which the public accesses the Internet. Thus, we must make sure that they are secure. Bad actors can exploit vulnerabilities in routers to infect users' computers, access their information, or disrupt their networks. National security agencies, including the Director of the National Intelligence, Director of Justice, the Department of Homeland Security, have reported on the threat posed by the vulnerability in routers and how some communist Chinese party-sponsored hackers have used these vulnerabilities to launch attacks. We should take these matters and reports seriously. Further, we know that companies with ties to the CCP could be forced to support China's intelligence activities. We can imagine how they could use vulnerabilities in their equipment to aid these efforts. That is why I'm pleased to sponsor the Routers Act, which would direct the Secretary of Commerce through the Assistant Secretary of Communications and Information to study the national security risk posed by routers and modems produced by companies with ties to foreign adversaries. This study will help Congress understand the scope and risk of this threat and will inform whether we need to remove this equipment from our networks. This legislation bolsters our bipartisan efforts to remove untrusted equipment from our communications ecosystem. In the past 4 years, we passed the Secure and Trusted Communications Network Act to remove Huawei and ZTE equipment from our networks, and we passed the Secure Equipments Act, which prohibits the Federal Communications Commission from authorizing equipment from untrusted vendors. Today's legislation builds on this work. I want to thank our chair, the gentlelady from Washington, and the members of the Energy and Commerce Committee for a strong bipartisan vote for this legislation back in March. It is imperative we move forward with these efforts to mitigate the widespread availability of this equipment. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 7589, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 7589, the Removing Our Unsecure Technologies to Ensure Reliability and Security Act, or the Routers Act. And this bill is an important step to provide Americans with the confidence to trust that the devices they use in their homes to connect to the Internet are free from the influence of our foreign adversaries. H.R. 7589 accomplishes this objective by requiring the Secretary of Commerce, acting through the Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Communications and Information, to study the national security risks posed by routers and modems found in American homes that are manufactured or sold to entities with ties to our foreign adversary countries. And the Secretary must also deliver a report to Congress of a study within 1 year. I think it's crucial that we understand the cybersecurity and national security risks that our network face from equipment that originate from our foreign adversaries. This is especially true given that our nation's communications networks are an integral component to nearly every facet of American life, which also makes them prime targets for attack. And the legislation will help us to better protect American families and our country from bad actors who want to carry out malicious attacks. So I want to thank Representative Peltola and Communications and Technology Subcommittee Chairman Latta for their bipartisan work on this bill. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 7589, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve, and also I have no further speakers. And if the gentleman from New Jersey, the ranking member, is prepared to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, this is another bill as part of this effort to try to make sure that our foreign adversaries are not hurting us in many ways in the communications sector. Important bill, and I would urge my colleagues to vote for it on a bipartisan basis. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This legislation moved through the Energy and Commerce Committee 43 to nothing, showing the absolute importance of moving this legislation through. I urge support of H.R. 7589 and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7589? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. A sec. For what purposes does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 8631, the Decoupling from Foreign Adversarial Battery Dependence Act.
The clerk will report the title.
Does the gentleman call up the bill as amended?
Does the gentleman call the bill as amended?
H.R. 8631 as amended?
H.R. 8631 as amended?
I'm sorry. The Decoupling from Foreign Adversarial Battery Dependence Act.
Is the gentleman calling, moving to
As
suspend?
amended.
In amended.
As amended.
As amended. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 530, H.R. 8631, a bill to prohibit the Secretary of Homeland Security from procuring certain foreign-made batteries and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Jimenez, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Ivey, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend the remarks and to include extraneous material in H.R. 8631, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of my bill, H.R. 8631, the Decoupling from Foreign Adversarial Battery Dependence Act. Our world is increasingly reliant on battery technology, from the smartphones in our pockets to the energy storage systems that power our homes and businesses. This dependence underscores a larger issue. Our nation is becoming increasingly reliant on foreign adversarial entities for the materials and technologies that power these devices, which poses grave risk to our nation's security and economic stability. As it stands, Communist China produces approximately 80% of the world's batteries and roughly 70% of the world's lithium-ion batteries. These staggering numbers leave U.S. supply chains vulnerable and our nation's security at risk. Recently, the United States House Select Committee on Strategic Competition between the United States and the Communist Chinese Party, a committee that I'm a member of, uncovered information that revealed that at least 2 of the world's top battery manufacturers, CATL and Gotten High-Tech, are affiliated with Xinjiang Production and Construction Corporation, a paramilitary and CCP-owned entity that is expressly named in the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act statute due to its egregious forced labor practices. Specifically, XPCC has been accused of assisting the CCP's policy in Xinjiang that implemented comprehensive surveillance, detention, and indoctrination that targeted Uyghur Muslims and other ethnic minority groups that the CCP is attempting to eradicate. Furthermore, XPCC utilizes forced labor practices to manufacture their wide range of products. In addition, dependence on batteries that are manufactured in the PRC present incredible risks to our national security. There are legitimate concerns that PRC-aligned battery companies and other similar Chinese entities could install malware and other intelligence-gathering sensors on these products, which could result in gathering sensitive information or execute a shutdown on EV charging networks, battery energy storage systems, or even disable targeted vehicles through hardware infiltration. Last year, reports indicated that the PRC-aligned CATL installed its batteries at facilities in Florida, Virginia, Nevada, and California, as well as a solar farm on leased land inside the U.S. Marine Corps base Camp Lejeune in North Carolina. Energy storage batteries produced by the PRC-aligned CATL at Camp Lejeune have been decommissioned following increased pressure from Congress. The Pentagon's decision to not only remove the PRC-aligned CATL battery from Camp Lejeune, but also to make it clear it would not buy PRC-aligned CATL batteries because of concerns, is more than adequate to demonstrate why we should not have these batteries in other parts of our critical infrastructure. Our government should not be spending tax dollars to procure batteries from companies that profit from slave labor or provide another avenue for the CCP to expand their surveillance apparatus here in the United States homeland. My legislation, H.R. 8631, the Decoupling from Foreign Adversarial Battery Dependence Act, is a critical first step in addressing this issue. Modeled after previous provisions included in the fiscal year 2024 NDAA, my legislation builds off these efforts and prohibits the Department of Homeland Security from procuring battery technology companies that have deep ties to the CCP and engage in human rights abuses. In doing so, this bill helps our nation take a step to advance efforts to decouple from the PRC and safeguard critical supply chains from exploitation. I'm proud to see this bill pass out of committee in a bipartisan nature and look forward to seeing it pass the full House with a bipartisan vote. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
My fellow Democrats and I strongly support the intent of this bill, which is to reduce our reliance on global adversaries and build up an industrial manufacturing base in the United States by prohibiting DHS from procuring batteries from certain Chinese companies. And I'm grateful the committee included Ranking Member Thompson's amendment to the original bill, which expands the number of companies subject to the prohibition. In addition to the 6 Chinese companies named in the original bill, Ranking Member Thompson's amendment expands the prohibition to include any companies using Uyghur forced labor, identified by the Secretary of Defense as Chinese military companies, and engaging in activities contrary to U.S. national security or foreign policy interests, according to the Department of Commerce. I also thank the committee for including Representative Swazi's amendment, which requires DHS to produce a report on the potential impacts and the costs associated with carrying out this bill before the prohibition goes into effect. The report will help DHS and Congress manage any unanticipated negative consequences from this bill. While these amendments have made the bill better, there are lingering concerns, including how a ban on Chinese-made batteries will impact DHS's ability to buy American-made electric vehicles, since most American EVs producers use Chinese-sourced batteries. The bill could also further be improved by requiring DHS to identify ways to foster job creation and economic growth here at home and ensure the inclusion of economically disadvantaged individuals and small businesses when purchasing batteries. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Molinar.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to support Representative Jimenez's Foreign Adversarial Battery Dependence Act to protect taxpayer dollars from growing our dependence on CCP-controlled battery technology. As Representative Jimenez noticed, the House Select Committee on China has investigated the world's cutting-edge battery manufacturers in China. There is indisputable evidence that 2 CCP-aligned battery makers, Gotion and CATL, CATL, are deeply connected to forced labor and the ongoing genocide in China. Gotion and CATL plan to build factories in the United States and thereby grow our dependence on their slave labor-tainted supply chains. For my colleagues that care deeply about embracing next-generation energy technologies, I would just say this. We need America to lead when it comes to new energy sources, not China. We cannot lead by following. Buying Chinese technology will only dig ourselves further into dependence on the CCP. I urge all of my colleagues to vote in favor of this important legislation and to protect our critical supply chains. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close after the gentleman from Maryland closes.
Gentleman reserves.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Republicans and Democrats alike recognize the threat posed by China and stand unified in defense of our national and homeland security. H.R. 8631 is an imperfect, but it is a step in the right direction, and I urge my colleagues to support it. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We cannot continue to surrender dominance over our critical supply chains to our geopolitical rivals. Communist China will exploit any economic or security vulnerabilities that could be created from the Department of Homeland Security reliance on lithium-ion batteries, to put an end to this dependence and to take important steps in decoupling from the CCP. I urge yes vote on H.R. 8631. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8631 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purposes the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 8663, the Detect Fentanyl and Xylazine Act of 2024, as amended.
Does the gentleman call up the bill as introduced?
Call the bill as introduced or as amended?
Correct. Not as amended.
Not amended.
Not amended. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 531, H.R. 8663. A bill to require the Science and Technology Directorate in the Department of Homeland Security to develop greater capacity to detect, identify, and disrupt illicit substances in very low concentrations.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Jimenez, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Ivey, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 8663, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 8663, the Detect Fentanyl and Xylazine Act of 2024. As the catastrophe at our southern border has continued to spiral out of control, the trafficking of fentanyl and other drugs has reached critical levels, putting Americans and law enforcement officials at risk. The unchecked drug flow has devastated families and communities across the country, and the Committee of Homeland Security has uncovered throughout the course of the past 2 years these devastating lack of enforcement at the southern border. While our brave law enforcement and frontline border personnel do their best to interdict, they do not always have the tools and resources to effectively do so. H.R. 8663 will improve drug detection accuracy through DHS Science and Technology Directorate research and providing critical equipment for federal, state, local, tribal, and territorial law enforcement dealing with fentanyl, xylazine, and other deadly drugs. I commend my colleague, Mr. LaLota of New York, for his work on this legislation. I urge all members to support it, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
H.R. 8663, the Detection, Equipment, and Technology Evaluation to Counter the Threat of Fentanyl and Xylazine Act, is a critical piece of legislation that empowers the DHS Science and Technology Directorate to enhance the ability of all levels of law enforcement to detect and disrupt illicit substances. This bipartisan bill, which is co-sponsored in the House by my colleagues, Congressman Lou Correa and Davis, was initially introduced by Senators Cornyn, Ossoff, Lankford, and Sinema this past spring. The bill mandates the development of advanced technologies such as portable drug detectors that require minimal sample handling, equipment capable of separating complex drug mixtures into identifiable components, and the use of artificial intelligence to identify emerging threats. These innovations are designed to improve the efficiency and accuracy of drug detection efforts, providing law enforcement with the tools they need to stay ahead of traffickers and safeguard our communities. While this bipartisan bill is undeniably a step forward in combating the widespread issue of illicit substances like fentanyl and xylazine, it is essential to recognize that its impact goes far beyond the narrow scope of any nation's involvement, including China's. The challenges of detecting these dangerous drugs are global in nature, and the solutions proposed by this bill address a broad spectrum of threats that law enforcement faces across the United States. This bill primarily is a response and provides comprehensive benefits in bolstering our national security and public health infrastructure. Therefore, we strongly support the bill's objectives, and we resist the effort to politicize any aspect of this critical issue especially given the complexity and widespread nature of this act. So with that, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Speaker, I yield as much time as he may consume to the author of the legislation, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Lilloda.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I want to thank the gentleman from Florida. Mr. Speaker, the United States of America, the greatest nation the world has ever known, is facing an unprecedented crisis as deadly drugs like fentanyl and xylazine devastate our communities. It is imperative that our leaders here in Congress work together to confront this epidemic and to save lives. Last year, there were over 107,000 drug overdose deaths. Of those deaths, over 81,000 involved opioids. Based on prior year statistics, we estimate that fentanyl was responsible for nearly 90% of all synthetic opioid-related deaths. That's almost 73,000 fentanyl deaths in just 1 year. These staggering statistics are not just numbers. They represent real lives lost, real families shattered, and real communities that are forever changed for the worse. It's the biggest cause of death of Americans ages 18 through 45, and it does not discriminate. It doesn't discriminate based on race. It doesn't discriminate based on your economic class. It kills in each of our districts 170 fentanyl deaths per congressional district per year on average. Even more troubling is xylazine, known on the streets as Tranq, is now being mixed with fentanyl, making the drug even more deadly and more difficult to detect. We must do more to get these dangerous substances off of our streets and ensure our law enforcement officers have every tool and resource necessary to combat this crisis effectively, which is why I was proud to introduce the Detect Fentanyl and Xylazine Act, a bipartisan bill that will do just that. This legislation is not just a response to the ever-growing threat of illicit narcotics like fentanyl and xylazine. It is a critical step in our fight to protect our communities and to save lives. Too many Americans have experienced the devastation caused by illicit drugs like fentanyl and xylazine. These substances have infiltrated our neighborhoods, torn families apart, and claimed countless lives across our great nation. From Long Island to Los Angeles, no community has been spared. And for far too long, illegal drug smugglers have made it their mission to poison our street with these illicit substances. And every day, our law enforcement officers, those on the front lines of this battle, are forced to confront these threats with often outdated and inadequate tools. This is why this legislation is so important. The Act will authorize the Department of Homeland Security to conduct critical research and development, testing, and evaluation of state-of-the-art detection equipment. This legislation will also empower federal, state, local, and tribal law enforcement agencies with the best technology available to detect and intercept even the smallest amounts of these dangerous substances. This legislation will also create an important new statutory responsibility for the Science and Technology Directorate at DHS to focus on 3 key areas. 1, developing portable detection equipment. 2, improving technologies to separate complex mixtures. And 3, leveraging artificial intelligence and machine learning. But let me be clear, this is not just about equipment and technology. This is about the lives that we have a duty to protect. It's about ensuring that a child does not lose a parent to a lethal dose of fentanyl. It's about preventing the next wave of overdose deaths that leaves yet another community in mourning. And it's about making sure that every law enforcement officer has the tools they need to safely and effectively do their job. I want to thank my friend from the other side of the aisle and fellow Homeland Security Committee member, Congressman Lou Correa, for partnering with me in introducing this critical bipartisan legislation, and Senators Cornyn, Ossoff, and Sinema for their partnership in the Senate in this vital legislation. I also want to thank the coalitions of organizations representing law enforcement professionals, public health advocates, and local governments across the nation who have endorsed this legislation. I urge all of my colleagues to vote yes on the Detect Fentanyl and Xylazine Act. Let's give our law enforcement the resources they need. Let's protect our communities, and let's save lives. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I have no further speakers. I'm prepared to close, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Mr. B is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Republicans and Democrats alike recognize the challenges facing law enforcement in the detection of dangerous drugs like fentanyl. H.R. 8663 is a step in the right direction, and I urge my colleagues to support it. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Maryland yields. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman is recognized.
As more and more Americans are negatively impacted by fentanyl and other deadly drugs, it is important to take steps to mitigate and detect the flow of these drugs over our borders. I urge passage of H.R. 8663, which will develop a greater capacity to detect, identify, and disrupt illicit substances. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8663? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7404, the Subterranean Border Defense Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 451, H.R. 7404. A bill to require annual reports on counter-illicit cross-border tunnel operations and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Jimenez, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Ivey, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 7404, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 7404, the Subterranean Border Defense Act. Due to President Biden, Vice President Harris, and Secretary Mayorkas' collective failures and refusal to secure our border, transnational criminal organizations are unchecked in their efforts to infiltrate into the United States. These illicit pathways into our country have only made it easier for criminals to bring their illegal business into the homeland, from human trafficking to drug smuggling, deadly fentanyl, and other drugs that are being funneled from nations afar, including Communist China. H.R. 7404 will require DHS to provide annual reports on its efforts to counter illicit tunnel operations. I commend my colleague from Arizona, Mr. Crane, for his leadership on this effort and urge strong support for the measure. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this bill because we should have more oversight and information on the threat of tunnels going under our borders and the actions our government is taking to counter them. Tunnels are used by transnational criminal organizations looking to make a profit, and most of the people using them are not Chinese. Over the past 30 years, cartels have created illegal tunnels under border walls and barriers to smuggle people and drugs into this country and send out money and firearms, including assault weapons. Since 1990, law enforcement has discovered more than 230 tunnels across U.S. borders. These tunnels can be sophisticated. In 2019, CBP discovered a tunnel near the San Diego, California, and Tijuana, Mexico border that was over 3/4 of a mile long. This bill simply creates an annual reporting requirement to keep Congress informed on the DHS efforts to counter illicit cross-border tunnels and hold bad actors accountable. The information this bipartisan piece of legislation requires will help inform Congress of the situation on the border and what authorities or resources might be needed. With that, Mr. Speaker, I have reserved the balance of my time.
Reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield as much time as he may consume to the author of the legislation, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Crane.
The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak in favor of my bill, the Subterranean Border Defense Act, a bipartisan piece of border security legislation that I've introduced alongside Congressman Correa from California. Effective border security is created by overlapping deterrence. That's something we desperately are lacking at our southern border. The Subterranean Border Defense Act would help us address the growing threat of illicit cross-border tunnels by requiring annual reports to Congress on counter-tunnel operations, fortifying our security system at the border. Put simply, this would help us ensure that Congress has the necessary data to forge another much-needed layer of defense. As transnational criminal organizations continue to grow in both size and size, represent significant and growing threat to national security. Congress must address this deadly threat and ensure U.S. Customs and Border Patrol protection has the resources needed to acquire counter-tunnel technology. Since 1990, officials have discovered more than 140 tunnels that have breached the U.S. border, with an 80% increase in the tunnel activity occurring since 2008. Over the years, CBP has worked to combat these tunnels as part of their overall strategy. In fact, the United States conducts research, development, and test activities with Israel, who must contend with a vast network of Hamas tunnels originating in the Gaza Strip. This partnership helps us detect and destroy tunnels in our respective countries. The FY23 NDAA mandated that CBP submit a one-time report to Congress on a strategic plan for counter-illicit cross-border tunnel operations. This singular report has since led Congress to conduct critical oversight and has established CBP to formalize many of the processes, technologies, and resources needed to contract illegal tunnels under the U.S.-Mexico border. My bill would expand on the success by mandating a report every year going forward to ensure Congress has sufficient knowledge and oversight regarding this dynamic threat. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this legislation for a secure southern border. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I have no further speakers. I'm prepared to close, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I believe this bill is a step in the right direction. Receiving information from the Department of Homeland Security on an annual basis will improve Congress's efforts to counter illicit cross-border tunnels and hold bad actors accountable. I support this bipartisan piece of legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I have the balance of my time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I urge all members to support the Bipartisan Subterranean Border Defense Act. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7404? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Andy Barr's up. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1157.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1157, a bill to provide for the authorization of appropriations for the Countering the People's Republic of China Malign Influence Fund and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous materials on this measure.
Without objection.
Thank you. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of my legislation, H.R. 1157, Countering the PRC Malign Influence Fund Authorization Act. The Chinese Communist Party is the most dangerous threat America has faced in decades, and Beijing has been spreading its malign influence across the world. China knows that one of the United States' greatest assets is our credibility and effectiveness in supporting our allies and partners. Thus, the CCP is actively working to undermine U.S. legitimacy across the world by undercutting and distorting markets in areas such as critical infrastructure. Among other things, their disruptive tools include predatory lending, coercive economic practices, misinformation, taking advantage of foreign corruption, and legitimizing authoritarianism. The Counter-PRC Malign Influence Fund was originally created by an appropriation intended to address China's pernicious and growing influence. But for too long, it has been used as a slush fund for the State Department's vanity projects. For example, $6 million for expanding Pacific Island weather and ocean data collection, $5 million for English language training in Angola, $2.5 million for scooter charging stations in Vietnam. While some may argue that funding for these types of activities can counter the PRC by meeting the wish lists of our partners experiencing PRC pressure, there are other organizations like the Development Finance Corporation and USAID that are already able to meet these types of needs with their own appropriated and authorized funding. The bill before us today will create specific statutory guardrails so that our taxpayer dollars are used strategically and effectively to counter the CCP's malign influence. It specifies the aims and duties of the fund, requires consultation with Congress before funds are obligated, and mandates an annual report on the fund's activities. This is basic congressional stewardship of taxpayer dollars. The bill received bipartisan support when it was marked up by the Foreign Affairs Committee last year. While we will never be able to, nor want to, outspend the PRC dollar for dollar, we must ensure that every ounce of funding is going the farthest to counter this generational threat. I urge my colleagues to support my bill, the Countering the PRC Malign Influence Fund Authorization Act, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise in support of H.R. 1157, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
There's a strong bipartisan support in Congress for the Countering the People's Republic of China's Malign Influence Fund because it is the primary pool of funding for USAID and State Department projects to compete with China on the global stage. Given this bipartisan consensus on the importance of the fund, I had hoped we could engage in a bipartisan process for this bill. Instead, most of our recommended changes to the bill were not accepted when this bill was rushed to a markup at the very start of this Congress. And when offered an amendment to increase the fund's authorization from $325 million to $400 million per year, the same amount requested by the Biden-Harris administration, every Republican on our committee, unfortunately, voted against it. Is that being tough on China? I don't think so. In briefing after briefing, our committee has learned that the administration is laser-focused on addressing the China challenge and is utilizing the fund effectively to counter PRC disinformation, build resilience against the PRC's malign influence, and provide nations around the world with alternatives to China's extractive development framework. The administration is doing this work, and they are doing it very well. As drafted, I believe H.R. 1157 would constrain the State Department and USAID in competing effectively. To compete with China, the fund and our institutions need to be nimble so they can adapt to Beijing's constantly evolving tactics and policies. So I will support this bill as it moves forward. But there needs to be a real bipartisan consultation with the administration on how best to achieve our objectives and ensure the fund is effective for the long term. And if we are serious about the threat that China poses, if we are truly committed to winning this competition, then we need to put our money where our mouth is. We can hold all the China weeks we want, but if House Republicans keep cutting the funding for the State Department and USAID, we're not going to win the competition with China. We are in a global competition for influence with China, and if you want to win it, you cannot do it on a middle power budget. China is putting its money up. We want to compete. We don't want to just talk about it. We need to put ours up so that we can not just compete, we can win. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I have no additional speakers, and I reserve the right to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I have no further requests for time either, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized.
Again, I use myself as much time as I may consume for the purposes of this closing. The stakes in our strategic competition with China are high. To come out ahead, we cannot spend our time playing whack-a-mole, reacting to every move China makes around the world. We have to proactively compete. That means sticking to our values, because they are better than the values of the Chinese Communist Party. It means listening to our partners, our friends, our allies, and their needs, not forcing them to choose. It means building resilience to China's malign influence by strengthening governance and the rule of law. And crucially, it means providing real, sustainable alternatives to China's financing, China's infrastructure, and development assistance. To achieve these goals, and to do it effectively, we need more than just rhetoric. We need creative thinking, a willingness to experiment, and a commitment to sustain American engagement and diplomacy. All of this requires a clear strategy, a nimble State Department, and a USAID apparatus, and again, dare I say, money. Not just for this fund, but for our broader foreign operations and assistance also. So as we move forward with authorizing the Countering People's Republic of China's Malign Influence Fund, we need to remember that this is a long game. This is a long game. The game is not in the fourth quarter. If America wants to win it, we must sufficiently invest. We must invest in our strengths as well as our tools of competition. We are the greatest nation in the world with the greatest resources in the world. Let's do so that we can continue being the leaders of the world. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Kentucky.
I yield myself the balance of my time. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I want to thank Chairman McCall and Ranking Member Meeks for working with me to move this important legislation to the floor. And I share many of the comments that my friend, the Ranking Member from New York, just stated. We do need to invest. We need to invest in the tools of diplomacy that we have to counter PRC malign influence in the world. We need to support the China Transformational Exports Program with the Export-Import Bank. We need to support the Development Finance Corporation. We need to support USAID where it can help, Peace Corps where it can help, and soft power. We need diplomacy. We need forward deployed foreign service personnel. But we have to remember that we cannot counter, and we should not attempt to counter, Communist China by becoming more like China. We have a $35 trillion national debt, Mr. Speaker. Spending money like drunken sailors without any accountability, without any effective strategy, is not effective diplomacy in countering the malign influence from China. And so while I certainly do support the PRC Malign Influence Fund, for goodness sake, we're the Congress. We control the purse strings. Let's do our job. Let's create an authorization, put some guardrails around it, and not allow the administration to spend this country into bankruptcy. That's the fastest way to lose the competition to China. Let's put some parameters around this PRC Malign Influence Fund and direct those scarce taxpayer resources effectively so that they actually do the job that the taxpayers deserve, and we actually win this fight. Spending our country into oblivion is what communists do. We don't do that. Our ace in the hole is that we're capitalists. We do not misallocate resources. That's why we need this bill. All of us agree American taxpayer dollars should be used more effectively to counter China's disruptive, predatory influence around the world, but let's do it smart, Mr. Speaker. Let's do it the smart way. I urge all members to vote in favor of H.R. 1157, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1157? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
As for the yeas and nays.
For what purpose?
On that, I ask for the yeas and nays.
Gentleman's recognized. Okay. The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to the Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on the question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1103 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1103, a bill to require the President to remove the extension of certain privileges, exemptions, and immunities to the Hong Kong Economic and Trade Offices if Hong Kong no longer enjoys a high degree of autonomy from the People's Republic of China and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Thank you. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Thank you. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 1103, the Hong Kong Economic and Trade Office Certification Act, introduced by the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Smith. Hong Kong was once a shining beacon in Asia, the gateway into China, known for its economic freedom, rule of law, and vibrant civil society. Tragically, this ended when the Chinese Communist Party crushed democracy and free enterprise in Hong Kong. People of all walks of life and much international capital have fled this authoritarian wave, and the city has never been the same. We cannot allow the CCP to use Hong Kong's former legitimacy as a continuing gateway into U.S. systems. Both Secretary of State Pompeo and Secretary Blinken have certified that because of the Chinese Communist Party's control over Hong Kong's legislature, judicial system, and police force, Hong Kong can no longer be considered a separate entity from the People's Republic of China. We must adjust our treatment of Hong Kong economic and trade offices to match the sad current reality. This bill would require the President to annually certify whether those offices should be covered by the International Organizations Immunities Act. If certification is not granted, they must terminate their operations in the United States. The bipartisan membership of the Foreign Affairs Committee voted unanimously in favor of this bill at our markup last year. I urge all of our colleagues to support the Hong Kong Economic and Trade Office Certification Act and reserve the balance of my time.
When reserves, gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 1103, the Hong Kong Economic and Trade Office Certification Act, as amended, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume. This bill recognizes that Beijing has ripped apart any credible notion of Hong Kong's autonomy and has undone the one country, two systems framework. In doing so, Beijing betrayed not only the people of Hong Kong, but the commitments it made to the whole world. Hong Kong is no longer a bastion of the rule of law, no longer a place of political freedom, no longer a place where opinions can be voiced freely. Today, over 1,800 political prisoners sit behind bars, trials are held in secret, and justice is sent to mainland China. The freedoms once cherished in Hong Kong are disappearing rapidly. The bill in front of us today calls on the President to determine whether the Hong Kong Economic and Trade Offices in the United States should continue to get the privileges, exemptions, and immunities which were offered based on Hong Kong's distinct autonomous status. After all, why should we treat Hong Kong as different from China now, when the Chinese Communist Party is tightening its grip over Hong Kong's political and governing system? This bill, it is timely and necessary. And as we move forward, it's critical the State Department has the ability to assist both the hundreds of U.S. businesses operating and the over 80,000 American citizens living in Hong Kong. We need to make sure that our actions aren't indirectly strengthening Beijing's grip on Hong Kong's politics or its governance. I had proposed changes to this legislation during our markup to address some of these concerns. But unfortunately, these too were not accepted by the majority. So after this bill passes, I hope that the executive branch and Congress can consider these issues together in a bipartisan manner so that we have one voice, and so that with that one voice, we may hold Beijing and Hong Kong accountable and protect American interests with one voice. But I want to finally thank, though, Representative Chris Smith for all of his hard work on this bill, as well as Representative Jim McGovern for introducing this important piece of legislation. And in that spirit, I encourage all of my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Smith, a tireless champion for human rights, the chairman of the Foreign Affairs Subcommittee on Global Health, Global Human Rights, and International Organizations, and the author of this bill.
I thank my good friend for
Gentleman's
yielding.
recognized.
And thank him for his leadership. I want to thank Mr. Meeks and, of course, Chairman McCall. As the prime author of the Hong Kong Human Rights and Democracy Act, which I first introduced in 2014, when the umbrella revolution was occurring, and we saw, many of us, that if we did not take definitive actions, Hong Kong would be lost. Well, unfortunately, Congress refused for years to bring up that bill, and we did get it enacted into law, but it was a day late and a dollar short. But this legislation, 1103, is a necessary next step in tangibly demonstrating our solidarity with the persecuted citizens of Hong Kong. I want to thank Jim McGovern, my friend and colleague, for co-sponsoring. It is a bipartisan bill. And again, I appreciate Mr. Meeks' statement just a moment ago. At one time, the Hong Kong Economic and Trade Offices in the United States represented a city whose prosperity was based on its protection of fundamental human rights and freedom of the Hong Kong people. The U.S. gifted these offices, commonly known as HKIDOs for short, with diplomatic privileges and immunities on the assumption that Hong Kong would remain free from communist rule. But 3 years after the CCP imposed the national security law on Hong Kong, we must deal with this new reality. The Hong Kong all of us knew, loved, and respected is gone. The city that was once a bastion of freedom in a sea of oppression is now governed by the CCP puppets who have become as repressive as their masters in Beijing. Hong Kong unjustly detains political prisoners at a rate only surpassed by a handful of dictatorships such as Belarus and Burma. There are over 1,000 political prisoners in Hong Kong today. Renowned pro-democracy figures like Jimmy Lai. I actually chaired a hearing where he heard from his son, Sebastian, pleading with the world to speak up on behalf of his father. He is now languishing in prison. Joshua Wong, who we all met with during the great days when it looked like democracy was going to be protected, he too is languishing, as well as Tony Yi Chow and so many others who are living in these horrible gulags in Hong Kong. But most of Hong Kong's political prisoners actually are unknown. They are university and high school students, medical workers, first responders, lawyers, teachers, moms and dads, business people, journalists, and municipal policymakers, jailed and sometimes tortured for peacefully demonstrating and organizing to protect democracy and human rights. The HKIDOs are complicit in persecuting them. These offices serve as Beijing's propaganda arm in the United States, defending and dismantling the freedom of Hong Kong and obscuring the truth. In addition, HKIDOs help the Chinese Communist Party track exiled Hong Kong activists in our own country. Anna Kwok, the executive director of the Hong Kong Democracy Council, testified at one of my China hearings and made very clear that they are using these so-called economic leaders to track individuals and to hold family members and the like responsible back in the PRC, as well as to put bounties on these individuals. This must stop, Mr. Speaker. The United States should not be granting diplomatic privileges and immunities to a network of communist spies and propagandists. I spent a whole day reading each of the 3 HKIDO websites. It was filled to overflowing with lies and deception, especially about the National Security Act, which is as draconian as any law has ever been enacted. So I do hope that members will support this. And even during last year's Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Summit in San Francisco, who was organizing the counter-protests to the wonderful men and women of Hong Kong who are simply demanding freedom and democracy? Yes, it was the HKIDO there. I urge members to support it and yield back.
Gentleman yields.
I have no additional speakers and reserve the right to close.
Reserve. Gentleman's recognized.
I have no remaining speakers, and therefore I will be ready to close.
Gentleman's recognized to close.
Thank you. And I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purpose of closing. Over the last year alone, Mr. Speaker, we've seen Beijing and Hong Kong authorities crack down further on dissent and free expression at home and abroad. In March, they enacted national security legislation under Article 23 of the Basic Law to once again fundamentally erode the rights and freedoms of Hong Kongers. And I am also especially concerned about Beijing's use of transnational repression on the shores, our shores, where we have seen democracy advocates, including a U.S. citizen, charged under the national security law with rewards offered for their capture. This bill right now is necessary. It's necessary because we need to ensure that Hong Kong's economic and trade offices in the United States are not being used by Beijing to execute its transnational repression here in the United States and against those simply standing for freedom and democracy. So I hope all of our colleagues will join all of us here on the floor in supporting this timely and important bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time for the purpose of closing. And I want to again thank Mr. Smith as well as Mr. McGovern and their bipartisan co-sponsors for bringing this bill forward, and the tragedy that has unfolded in Hong Kong and the ripping up of an international treaty by the Chinese Communist Party is a stark lesson that Beijing cannot be trusted, and that we have to learn, especially when it comes to deterrence and Taiwan. We cannot allow what happened to Hong Kong happen to the democracy in Taiwan. We also cannot allow the Chinese Communist Party to use Hong Kong's economic and trade offices as a backdoor into the United States. They must not be able to use the preferential treatment previously afforded to the city and society they continue to brutalize and oppress. And for these and many other reasons, I urge all members to vote in favor of H.R. 1103, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1103 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds. Okay.
As for the ayes and nays.
Wait a minute. Okay. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative. For what purpose does the gentleman?
As for the yeas and nays.
Okay. The gentleman's recognized. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed. Oh, here we go. All right. The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on the question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 8361 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 8361, a bill to impose sanctions with respect to economic or industrial espionage by foreign adversarial companies and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I also ask unanimous consent to place into the record letters between committees of referral on this bill.
Without objection.
Thank you. I yield myself as much time as I may consume. Mr.
Gentleman's
Speaker,
recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of H.R. 8361, the Economic Espionage Prevention Act, introduced by my colleague and friend from Georgia, Mr. McCormick. Today, our adversaries are working more closely than ever, and they are working more closely than ever before. The Chinese Communist Party is providing massive industrial and economic support to Russia's renewed invasion of Ukraine. In fact, our State Department assesses that in the second half of 2023, China supported the transfer of nearly $300 million worth of semiconductors to Russia, including for use in missiles and drones. Deputy Secretary of State Kurt Campbell said, quote, "I think we have assessed over the course of the last couple of months that Russia has almost completely reconstituted militarily, with the support of China in particular," unquote. The Economic Espionage Prevention Act is therefore essential to changing the nature of the battlefield in Ukraine. This bill addresses cooperation between the CCP and Russia's defense industrial base by providing for sanctions against Chinese and Iranian individuals and entities that violate U.S. export control laws, engage in economic or industrial espionage, or support the Russian defense industrial base. The bill also requires the State Department to issue a report identifying Chinese individuals and entities who are supporting the Russian defense industrial base. The United States and our allies cannot stand for China's decisive support of Russia's illegal war of aggression against Ukraine. The Chinese companies providing that support must be subjected to the full weight of our sanctions regime. I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise in strong support of H.R. 8361 as amended, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
2.5 years ago, we saw an unprovoked and brutal invasion of Ukraine by Russia, an act that has destabilized Europe and challenged the principles of sovereignty and self-determination. This blatant aggression is a direct attack on the international order that has kept us and kept the peace for decades. Though Russia's illegal behavior is uniquely indefensible, countries such as China that have aggressively done business with the Russian military-industrial defense base are certainly not blameless. The United States government, including the House Foreign Affairs Committee, in a bipartisan manner, has engaged in extensive diplomacy to discourage countries from providing financial and material support for the Russian invasion. The Biden-Harris administration has also used economic statecraft, including expansive export controls, to prevent key dual-use electronics items from reaching Moscow. Full blocking sanctions are a particularly formidable economic weapon, and the Biden-Harris administration has begun to use part of this as their arsenal. Bipartisan support for this legislation affirms that position, and financial sanctions must be on the table. And finally, by imposing sanctions on the PRC and other entities who are fueling Russia's military machine, we send a clear message. We will not stand idly by while Ukraine's sovereignty is trampled. This bill underscores the importance of unity among nations in opposing tyranny and supporting democracy. And with that, I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky.
I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. McCormick, a member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs and the author of this bill.
Gentleman's recognized from Georgia.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, since illegally invaded Ukraine, the Russian Federation has become reliant on the People's Republic of China for a supply of semiconductors and other critical dual-use technologies. The State Department notified Congress this March that the PRC exports of semiconductors significantly increased last year compared to the pre-invasion levels. These semiconductors are critical to aspects of the Russian war effort, including electronic warfare, command and control, and targeting. These components allow Russia to terrorize Ukrainian civilians with ballistic missile strikes at will. The prevalence of U.S. manufacturing equipment in global semiconductor production means nearly all are subject to U.S. export controls if destined for Russia or Belarus. My bill seeks to reduce Russia's access to these semiconductors by authorizing sanctions on foreign countries and adversaries that materially support Russia's military and intelligence services, violate U.S. export laws, and steal U.S. intellectual property. It further requires a report on whether China is providing significant support to Russia's military and updates existing law to provide greater flexibility to pursue sanctions against China and other foreign adversaries if they violate these export controls. The PRC may publicly claim that they do not provide material support to the Russian invasion of Ukraine, but their continued provision of dual-use technologies with military applications demonstrates otherwise. Cutting off the supply of semiconductors will seriously hamper the Russian war efforts and show the world that we will not allow our adversaries to work together in destroying sovereign nations and undermining the international system. I want to thank Chairman McCall, Ranking Member Meeks, and my bipartisan colleagues on the Foreign Affairs Committee for supporting the bill before us today. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 8361, and with that, I yield.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I have no additional speakers, and I reserve the right to close.
Gentleman reserves.
Ready to close.
Gentleman recognized.
Thank you. I use myself as much time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, H.R. 8361 as amended is a valuable bill that grants the administration important authorities with necessary flexibility to sanction the PRC and other foreign businesses in league with the Russian defense industry base. And I think this is something that we can all agree upon, and I urge all of my colleagues to vote yay on this legislation. Yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Kentucky.
I yield myself the balance of my time. In closing, I want to again thank Representative McCormick for his bill, for his service, as well as Chairman McCall, Ranking Member Meeks, and the Judiciary Chairman, Jim Jordan, for working to bring this bipartisan bill to the floor to ensure that we address China's support for Russia's defense industrial base. There should be no doubt that the Chinese communists are aiding and abetting Putin in his illegal aggression against Ukraine. General Secretary Xi and Putin have described the bilateral alliance between the PRC and Russia as a, quote, no-limits relationship, and the material support that China is providing Russia with the semiconductors is evidence of that, and that's why I urge all members to support H.R. 8361, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8361 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 5245 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 5245, a bill to amend the State Department Basic Authorities Act of 1956 to require certain congressional notification prior to entering into, renewing, or extending a science and technology agreement with the People's Republic of China and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Thank you. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of my bill, H.R. 5245, the Science and Technology Agreement Enhanced Congressional Notification Act. In 2012, General Keith Alexander said that China's theft of industrial information and intellectual property through cyber espionage constituted the greatest transfer of wealth in history. The annual cost to the U.S. economy of China's intellectual property theft is between $225 billion and $600 billion. China is using this access to American science and technology, including academic and research partnership, to support state-owned or controlled national champions in key dual-use technologies. In 1979, the United States and China signed a bilateral agreement to build science and technology ties between the two countries. In 2018, the agreement was amended to address U.S. concerns about China's approach to technology innovation and practices of concern, including IP theft and forced technology transfer. In February of 2024, the two sides agreed to another 6-month extension of the agreement to negotiate renewal terms, which actually expired on August 27th. This current lapse in the agreement provides the ideal context for Congress to assert our oversight responsibilities to ensure that any subsequent agreement does not threaten U.S. national security and American intellectual property. So let's take a step back and review why we are here at this moment. Why is this a problem today? Well, in his authoritative and influential book, The 100-Year Marathon, Michael Pillsbury recounts key historical events since the Chinese Communist Revolution of 1949, in which China embarked on this 100-year marathon to displace the United States as the world's global superpower. And in this book, he writes about this science and technology agreement and the mistake that was made, dating back to 1978. And here's what he says, and I quote, "In 1978, relations with the United States moved toward normalization, that is, official American recognition of Communist China as the legitimate government of the Chinese people. That year, Deng focused immediately on what was at the top of his American wish list, science and technology. This was an example of the warring states concept known as Wu Wei, or having others do your work. As he formulated a strategy in 1978, Deng understood, as he put it, that, quote, technology is the #1 productive force for economic growth. The only way China could pass the United States as an economic power, Deng believed, was through massive scientific and technological development. An essential shortcut would be to take what the Americans already had. Deng found a willing partner in that effort in a new American president, Jimmy Carter, who was eager to achieve the diplomatic coup of a formal Sino-American partnership. Later in that same chapter, he continues, on January 31st, 1979, during his visit to the United States, Deng and Fang Yi, director of the State Science and Technology Commission, signed agreements with the U.S. government to speed up scientific exchanges. That year, the first 50 Chinese students flew to America. In the first 5 years of exchanges, some 19,000 Chinese students would study at American universities, mainly in the physical sciences, health sciences, and engineering, and their numbers would continue to increase. Carter and Deng also signed agreements on consular offices, trade, science, and technology, with the United States providing all sorts of scientific and technical knowledge to Chinese scientists in what would amount to the greatest outpouring of American scientific and technological expertise in history. Mr. Speaker, we now know that was a massive, massive mistake. This bill establishes new oversight tools to create transparency and accountability in U.S.-China relations by requiring congressional notification of any scientific and technological partnership agreements between the two nations. Under this bill, the State Department would be required to inform the House Foreign Affairs Committee 15 days before renewing the agreement, including the contents of the deal, national security concerns, and how the agreement addresses human rights concerns. Science and technology are central to U.S.-China's strategic competition, which is shaping the course of this century. Thus, Congress must exercise its oversight authority to ensure that U.S. national security and foreign policy interests are protected. I urge my colleagues to support the Science and Technology Agreement Enhanced Congressional Notification Act, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of H.R. 5245 as amended and yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
First, let me thank Representative Andy Barr and Dina Titus for their leadership in developing this bill. I also want to thank Chairman McCall for his collaboration in bringing this bill to a bipartisan consensus, ensuring that we have the necessary oversight over any U.S.-China governmental science cooperation. We all know the challenges posed by the People's Republic of China. The Biden-Harris administration and this body are clear-eyed that the PRC is the only competitor with intent and means to reshape the rules-based international order. To advance our interests, we must manage this critical relationship with shrewd diplomacy, not fear. But this is why we must continue to engage China and find areas of cooperation where possible, even as we vigorously compete with and, where necessary, confront Beijing. And since the U.S.-China Science and Technology Agreement was originally signed in 1979, the first bilateral agreement following our diplomatic recognition of the People's Republic of China, it has benefited the United States, China, and the global community. Research collaborations have prevented disease, reduced pollution, and deepened our understanding of the Earth's history. The agreement has been renewed every 5 years, under 5 years or so, under both Republican and Democratic administrations. Mr. Barr's bill allows Congress to address robust oversight over the current and any updated U.S.-China Science and Technology Agreement, and it requires the State Department to ensure the agreement benefits the United States and includes standards and safeguards to protect United States interests. It also enables Congress to monitor and track projects taking place under the agreement to ensure that they are consistent with U.S. values and interests. Therefore, it is for these reasons we must pass H.R. 5245. This bill will allow Congress to effectively monitor the limited joint projects we do have with China, assess whether Beijing is living up to its commitments as part of the agreement, and ensure that American researchers, intellectual property, and data are adequately protected. Therefore, I encourage all of my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I have no additional speakers. Reserve right to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Ready to close.
Gentleman recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time. I urge the House to pass H.R. 5245 as amended so that we may strengthen oversight of any U.S.-China science and technological agreements. These are retuned mechanisms that lay out the rules of the road for government-to-government cooperation, providing a set of bilateral accepted standards, rules, and protections that guide any collaboration and provide access and protections for researchers, for data, and intellectual property. And we must continue to modernize the safeguards for government-to-government cooperation to manage the heightened talks, or heightened risks, I should say, in the case of China, while preserving space for scientific inquiry and innovations that may benefit us all. So let's vote for this bill and support this bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Kentucky.
Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time, and in closing, I want to thank Chairman McCall, Ranking Member Meeks, and the bipartisan membership of the Foreign Affairs Committee who voted 50-0 to move this bill forward. And regrettably, when the United States in the 1970s extended the hand of peace, extended the hand of cooperation, of advancement of science and technology for the advancement of mankind, that was not reciprocated. And in fact, instead, the Chinese Communist Party rejected peace and cooperation and stole intellectual property and militarized that technology in a very hostile way. And so Congress must ensure that any new science and technology agreements with China safeguard the interests, the property, and the values of the American people. And for that reason, I urge unanimous support for this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5245 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Gentleman from Kentucky. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 5613 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 5613, a bill to require a review of whether individuals or entities subject to the imposition of certain sanctions through inclusion on certain sanctions lists, should also be subject to the imposition of other sanctions and included on other sanctions lists.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Thank you. And I yield myself as much time as I may consume. And for that purpose, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, the author of this bill, Mr. Waltz.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to urge passage of my bill, H.R. 5613, the Sanctions List Harmonization Act. Mr. Speaker, sanctions are a critical tool in America's foreign policy toolkit, and that has been the case really since the end of World War II. Unfortunately, the U.S. faces significant challenges in coordinating its sanction policy to support our national security objectives. For example, entities that we sanction in the U.S. are not similarly sanctioned by our allies in Europe. For example, even when our policies are aligned, we spend a significant amount of time and effort coordinating these actions to target actors like Iran and other malign actors, even when we're all rowing in the same direction. But Mr. Speaker, it's often even worse than that. We don't even coordinate within our own government. Under current law, our federal agencies are not required, Mr. Speaker, to communicate with each other when foreign entities are added to their sanction lists. For example, if the Department of Defense has concerns, an entity may be denied, and they communicate those concerns, an entity may be denied an export license by the Department of Commerce, but then still allowed to conduct banking transactions regulated by Treasury. At the very least, and there are many other examples, Mr. Speaker, but at the very least, our agencies should proactively notify and coordinate with one another to maximize the penalties to these bad actors when it makes sense. My bill simply requires the Department of Treasury, the Department of Commerce, and the Department of Defense to notify each other, to communicate with each other within 30 days when placing a foreign entity on certain sanctions lists, whether it's with the Office of Foreign Asset Control, OFAC, BIS, or somewhere else. From there, these other agencies would then have to determine whether that entity that is sanctioned should be added to their own sanctions list. So it's required, Mr. Speaker. It's not optional. It's not when the agency gets around to it, if ever. It's required. Subsequently, each agency will be required to submit a report to Congress specifying which entities they chose to include on their list and explaining their process. Let me be clear. This bill does not mandate inclusion of any entity on any list. It doesn't tie the hand of the executive branch, but it does require the executive branch to communicate with each other. I view this as a simple way for the interagency to coordinate, maximize penalties on foreign bad actors, close loopholes they may take advantage of, and it also creates a bureaucratic incentive to better coordinate our sanctions process. I would like to thank Chairman McCall for his leadership, Ranking Member Meeks for working with us to get this language to a bipartisan agreement in the Foreign Affairs Committee. I urge its swift passage on the floor, and I yield my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Kentucky.
I have no additional speakers, and I reserve the right to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 5613 as amended. Yield myself this time.
Gentleman's recognized.
The U.S. government operates many lists of foreign companies run by different departments with different departments. This is entirely appropriate. A North Korean nuclear proliferation agency is not the same as an unverified South Korean company. While we may want to place restrictions on both, at least temporarily, the penalties and consequences should differ accordingly. The purpose of this bill is straightforward. When one agency, like the Department of Commerce, lists a foreign entity, it ensures that other agencies, such as the Department of Defense, are formally notified. The right hand simply needs to know what the left hand is doing. So we need smart and effective policies, not a one-size-fits-all approach, particularly when it comes to economic statecraft and especially our competition with China. And with that, I encourage my colleagues to support this bill. And I also, since the gentleman said that he was prepared to close, that is my closing. It's my opening and my closing.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman's recognized.
I yield myself the balance of my time, and well done, my friend from New York, for opening and closing. I want to thank my friend and colleague, Congressman Waltz, for his leadership on this. This is a good bill. This is something we need to do. We need to force harmonization, coordination on the interagency. We have a lot of different lists. We've got the Treasury Chinese Military Industrial Complex list. We have the Entity List at Commerce, BIS. We have the Military End User List at Commerce. We have the 1260H list at DOD. So we need this bill. We need coordination, better coordination, and I want to thank Chairman McCall and Armed Services Committee Chairman Rogers for their leadership in moving this bill to the floor today. I hope that all our colleagues will join us in ensuring that U.S. sanctions remain a powerful tool for defending our interests and values against those who seek to undermine democracy, security, and human rights around the world. And until we get an outbound sanctions legislation, this is a good placeholder. I urge unanimous support for H.R. 5613 and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5613 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purposes does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 8152 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 8152, a bill to amend the Export Control Reform Act of 2018 to provide for control of remote access of items and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Thank you. I rise in support of H.R. 8152, the Remote Access Security Act, and I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from New York, the author of the bill.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to urge the House to pass my bill, the Remote Access Security Act. The U.S. export control regime exists to limit American critical technology and goods from falling into the hands of adversarial regimes and those who answer to them. Export controls are immensely important to ensure countries like China can't access U.S. advanced semiconductor chips to enhance their own chip development, which has implications for their military capacity building as well. Unfortunately, there is a loophole in the current export control regime. Chinese companies have been remotely accessing tech covered by export controls, enabling the CCP to continue using U.S. chips to develop AI and modernize their military forces. This must end. My bill allows the Commerce Department's Export Controls Authority to cover remote access of technology. That way, once my bill is signed into law, all exports of chips, including through the cloud, will be prohibited, effectively closing the loophole. The framework to combat China's growing tech developments already exists, but it is imperative that Commerce has the tools to make this effective. I would like to thank Chairman McCall and all my Foreign Affairs Committee colleagues for passing this bipartisan bill through committee, and I'd like to thank the Speaker for bringing it to the floor today. I urge all my colleagues to vote for this common sense bill, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky.
Reserve the right to close.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the past 3.5 years, the Biden administration has imposed unprecedented export controls against China and Russia. These measures have been highly effective in restricting Beijing and Moscow's access to critical U.S. technologies that could be used to enhance their military capabilities. We know these controls are working because both nations are now seeking ways to circumvent them through various loopholes, diversion tactics, and deceptive practices. One such loophole could involve PRC's companies assessing U.S. chips remotely. And right now, our export control laws do not explicitly cover the remote access of controlled technologies through a network connection, including the Internet or cloud computing services. H.R. 8152 would close that loophole. So I want to thank the majority for working with me to reach a bipartisan agreement on this bill. And since the markup, we have incorporated additional feedback from the administration to appropriately scope the bill and specify that offensive cyber operations against the United States are another in use that our export controls should be addressing. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I urge members to vote in favor of 8152, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 8152, as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I move the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7701 as amended.
Objection?
I ask you.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7701.
He did say as amended. Does the gentleman wish to call up H.R. 7701? Does the gentleman wish to call up H.R. 7701?
The gentleman from Kentucky, do you wish to call up H.R. 7701 as amended? Not as amended.
As in 7701 as introduced.
The clerk will report.
Imposition of sanctions with respect to any foreign person that knowingly participates in the construction, maintenance, or repair of a tunnel or bridge that connects the Russian mainland with the Crimean Peninsula.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent to place into the record letters between committee of referral on this bill.
Without objection.
Thank you. I yield myself at such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 7701, the No Russia Tunnel to Crimea Act, a bipartisan bill introduced by the gentleman from New York, Ranking Member Meeks, and the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson. China has provided Russia with extensive dual-use goods that, by the administration's own admission, have helped Russia revitalize its defense industrial base, rebuild its military, and continue its genocidal campaign of aggression against Ukraine. Aiding in the construction of repair of any infrastructure connecting Russia and Crimea would be yet another example of Chairman Xi's no-limits partnership with Putin. And for this reason, I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of this legislation. This is the long-awaited proverbial China Week on the House floor, so let me explain briefly why this legislation pertains to the PRC. In February of 2022, as the world turned its attention to the Winter Olympics in Beijing, Vladimir Putin visited China to meet with President Xi, where the two publicly declared what they call a no-limits partnership between Russia and China. Just weeks after that declaration, Putin unleashed his devastating invasion of Ukraine, aimed at toppling the democratically elected government in Kyiv. Since that time, China has played a crucial role in keeping the Kremlin's war machine running by purchasing Russian oil and gas in massive quantities. Beijing has funded the Kremlin coffers and the illegal invasion machine it operates by exporting semiconductors, drones, telecommunications gear, and other strategic electronic equipment. The PRC companies have provided the technical know-how to backfill U.S. and European providers that have exited the Russian market. Though the PRC has deepened its economic trade with Russia, including a dual-use items, it thus far avoided directly arming Russia's criminal war effort. And recent reports have emerged about Russia officials meeting with leaders of major Chinese state-owned construction firms to discuss building a tunnel from Russia to Crimea. And of course, Crimea is of enormous strategic importance. So, Ukrainian forces have rightfully targeted this bridge multiple times, demonstrating their resilience and their determination to disrupt Russia's illegal occupation. The construction of a tunnel linking Russia directly to Crimea would only further entrench Putin's control over the Crimean Peninsula and bolster his war efforts. So, Mr. Speaker, we have a duty to use every tool at our disposal to support Ukraine's struggle for sovereignty and freedom. And I want to thank my colleagues, Representative Wilson, for his partnership on this important bill, and also extend my gratitude to Chairman McCall for his leadership in advancing this legislation, both at markup and now on the floor, and ask all members to support this bill. And I ask them and support them and thank them for their support by co-sponsoring this measure. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York yields back.
Reserve the right to close. Okay.
The gentleman from Kentucky has the only time remaining.
I yield myself the balance of my time and urge all members to support H.R. 7701. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7701? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Proceedings will resume on motions to suspend the rules previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order: H.R. 1157 and H.R. 8333. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1157, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 1157, a bill to provide for the authorization of appropriations for the Countering the People's Republic of China Malign Influence Fund and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 351, the nays are 36. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Oh, he's ready. Just give it 3.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak out of order.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues and I rise to convey our deepest sorrow on the passing of our longtime friend and colleague, 14-term New Jersey Congressman Bill Pascrell of the 9th District in New Jersey. We offer our prayers and heartfelt condolences to his wife, Elsie, and 3 sons, Bill, David, and Glenn, the rest of the family, and of course, close family friends as well. Bill's life was marked, Mr. Speaker, by exemplary service, having served in the United States Army and as a high school history teacher and adjunct professor before becoming a state assemblyman for 5 terms, mayor for 2, and then congressman for 28 years. He was dedicated to New Jersey families and an outspoken advocate for our law enforcement community, our firefighters, and our nation's veterans. He's the author of the Bulletproof Vest Partnership Reauthorization. His Firefighter Investment and Response Enhancement Act created a groundbreaking Assistance to Firefighters Grants program, which provides funding for protective equipment, emergency vehicles, training, and other critical support for aid to our firefighters. Since its creation in 2001, the incredible program has awarded over $10 billion to fire departments across the country, including almost $200 million to our own state of New Jersey. As co-chair and founder of the Congressional Brain Injury Task Force, Bill also helped lead the charge to advance brain health. His bipartisan Traumatic Brain Injury Reauthorization Act of 2018 provided critical funding to help patients with brain injuries and their families, enhance breakthrough research, and for the first time ever create a national concussion surveillance system to improve prevention, care, and recovery efforts for traumatic brain injuries. Bill was also devoted to preserving New Jersey's beautiful natural resources and led efforts to designate Patterson Great Falls, the stunning 77-foot-tall waterfall in the Passaic River, as a National Historic Park. Please join us in offering our heartfelt prayers for him and his family, but I would like to yield to my good friend and colleague, Mr. Pallone, also from New Jersey.
Thank you, Chris. I just want to thank so many people on both sides of the aisle that came to the beautiful funeral that we had for Bill Pascrell in the Patterson Cathedral with the bishop. One of the things you heard was that he spent his whole life in Patterson, New Jersey, and Patterson was how he identified, right? Tough, gritty, industrial city, said what he pleased, always looked out for the little guy. And that was true in Congress as well. The things that Chris Smith mentioned were all issues that the average person cared about, having a good police force and fire department, being able to have good health care, consumer issues like the Ticket Act, to make sure that the fans were properly cared for. This is what he was all about. And he looked at Patterson, and he looked at this place as, from the view of his neighbors. I want to thank what we call the Pennsylvania corner. So many of them, they're not all from Pennsylvania, but they all were his biggest boosters in Congress. And he saw them as his neighbors and his, close friends in the same way that he saw the city of Patterson. I had one quote that I just have to read because it kind of summarized everything about it. It's from the American author Tim O'Brien, who I think a lot of you know. And it says, says, "He was like America itself, big and strong, full of good intentions, always there when you needed him, a believer in simplicity, directness, and hard labor." That was Bill Pascrell. And now I'd like to yield to John Larson as well.
Well, thank you, Frank. And as you said, he was one of us. And he loved this place and so many of you. Monsignor Silva, at that beautiful funeral that Frank was talking about, typified Bill by saying he was a man of justifiable anger. And then he went on to say how Bill was driving someplace. He was supposed to appear at the church with the priest. He called the priest on the phone. He says, "Look, I'm running about a half an hour behind. Could you hold the church service up till I get there?" Was that our guy? The priest also went on, and he had a beautiful way of putting this. He said that Hope has two beautiful daughters, anger and courage. Anger at the way things are, and then the courage to step up and want to change that. That was Bill Pascrell at his core. As authentic, as original as they make him, not a phony bone in his body. It should be called Pascrell's Corner, and we appreciate the flowers that were put over there today. But we plan to have an event. There'll be a planning committee meeting Wednesday night and a Ways and Means Committee after votes. And they'll be planning not only another memorial, but we're going to have, believe it or not, a little party in honor of Bill Pascrell. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you.
All those present in the chamber, as well as members and staff throughout the Capitol, to please rise for a moment of silence in remembrance of the late Honorable William J. Pascrell, Jr. of New Jersey. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 8333 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 8333, a bill to prohibit contracting with certain biotechnology providers and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
Vote, the yeas are 306, the nays are 81, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, Section 202D of the National Emergency Act, 50 U.S.C. 1622D, provides for the automatic termination of a national emergency unless, within 90 days prior to the anniversary date of this declaration, the President publishes in the Federal Register and transmits to the Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. Consistent with this provision, I've sent to the Federal Register the enclosed notice stating that the emergency declared in Proclamation 7463 with respect to the terrorist attacks on the United States of September 11, 2001 is to continue in effect for an additional year. The terrorist threat that led to the declaration on September 14, 2001 of a national emergency continues. For this reason, I have determined that it is necessary to continue in effect after September 14, 2024, the national emergency with respect to the terrorist threat. Signed, Joseph R. Biden Jr., the White House, September 9, 2024.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed. The chair lays before the House another message.
To the Congress of the United States, Section 202D of the National Emergency Act, 50 U.S.C. 1622D, provides for the automatic termination of a national emergency unless, within 90 days prior to the anniversary date of this declaration, the President publishes in the Federal Register and transmits to the Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. In accordance with this provision, I have sent to the Federal Register for publication the enclosed notice stating that the national emergency with respect to the threat of foreign interference in or undermining public confidence in United States elections declared in Executive Order 13848 of September 12, 2018 is to continue in effect beyond September 12, 2024. Although there has been no evidence of a foreign power altering the outcomes or vote tabulation in any United States election, foreign powers have historically sought to exploit America's free and open political system. In recent years, the proliferation of digital devices and internet-based communications has created significant vulnerabilities and magnifying the scope and intensity of the threat of foreign interference. The ability of persons located in whole or in substantial part outside the United States to interfere in or undermine public confidence in United States elections, including through the unauthorized accessing of election and campaign infrastructure or the covert distribution of propaganda and disinformation, continues to pose an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security and foreign policy of the United States. Therefore, I have determined that it is necessary to continue the national emergency declared in Executive Order 13848 with respect to the threat of foreign interference in or undermining public confidence in United States elections. Signed sincerely, Joseph R. Biden Jr., the White House, September 9, 2024.
Referred to the Committees on Foreign Affairs, House Administration, the Judiciary, and the Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, and ordered printed. The House will be in order. Members are advised to take their conversations off the floor. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I offer a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 1427, resolved that the House has heard with profound sorrow of the death of the Honorable William J. Pascrell, Jr., a representative of the state of New Jersey. Resolved that the clerk communicate these resolutions to the Senate and transmit a copy thereof to the family of the deceased. Resolved that when the House adjourns today, It adjourn as a further mark of respect to the memory of the deceased.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7151 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7151, a bill to amend the Export Control Reform Act of 2018 to provide for expedited consideration of proposals for additions to, removals from, or other modifications with respect to entities of the entity list and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Missouri, Ms. Wagner, and the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Manning, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Missouri.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on this measure.
Objection.
Thank you, and I'd like to yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise in support of my bill, H.R. 7151, the Export Control Enhancement and Enforcement Act. The People's Republic of China is bent on supplanting the U.S. economically and militarily. To do so, it seeks to turn our strengths against us, using American ingenuity to fuel its own dangerous and nefarious ambitions. The U.S. export control regime is an important tool that helps us guard against China's outright theft of the achievements of America's brilliant entrepreneurs, inventors, and thinkers. And export controls are also a powerful tool against adversaries like Iran and Russia, adversaries that rely on access to ill-gotten foreign technology to support their violent and destabilizing agendas. China, Iran, and Russia have formed a new axis of evil to attack our national security interests and help each other circumvent U.S. export controls. They have created a massive network designed to maintain the flow of controlled Western technologies to dictatorships like Russia, Iran, North Korea, and with China at the center. To disrupt and destroy this web of evasion, vigilantly updating and enforcing our export controls is more important today, Mr. Speaker, than ever. But America is losing the fight to keep our most sensitive technologies out of enemy hands. Advanced American tech is being used to advance China's hypersonic weapons program. It was found in the spy balloon that China sent over the continental U.S. last year, including directly over my home in St. Louis, Missouri. It collected data on our most sensitive military installations. It is turning up in Iranian drones and Russian military equipment. In short, wherever our national security interests are at greatest risk, whether it's the People's Liberation Army laboratories or military facilities in Iran and its proxies, our adversaries are exploiting vulnerabilities in our export control regime and using American products to gain an advantage. The current export control regime is simply too slow and cumbersome to prevent Chinese and other companies from accessing sensitive technologies that can be used to give our adversaries a military edge. My legislation on the floor today will give the Departments of State, Defense, and Energy greater ability to propose changes to the entity list, a roster of foreign companies, research institutions, and individuals who pose a serious national security risk to the United States and who are prohibited from purchasing sensitive American products. Mr. Speaker, State, Defense, and Energy have deep expertise in the current threat landscape, and we should use that expertise to make sure that the entity list is comprehensive and accurate, and the bill makes sure that their recommendations are acted on, rather than languishing in red tape by setting a 30-day clock to address proposed changes. These reforms, Mr. Speaker, will make our export control regime agile and airtight, and they will give the United States the tools to fight back when our adversaries try to cheat the system. I want to thank Chairman McCall and Ranking Member Meeks for working with me on this legislation, and I urge each of my colleagues to support this measure, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Missouri reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 7151 as amended, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Export controls are more than just a bureaucratic tool. They are a key component of our national security strategy. By ensuring that sensitive American technology does not fall into the wrong hands, we protect not only our own interests, but also those of our allies around the world. Under the Biden-Harris administration, the Department of Commerce's Bureau of Industry and Security has played a crucial role in this effort. BIS has imposed unprecedented controls against China in the semiconductor and advanced computing sectors, as well as crippling controls on Russia and Belarus, in partnership with almost 40 other nations. It has also added nearly 1,000 entities from Russia, China, Iran, and more than 30 other countries to the entity list, effectively blocking their access to U.S. technology that could be used against us. However, as we expand the use of the entity list, it becomes increasingly important that Congress oversees this process to ensure it remains rigorous, transparent, and inclusive. This bill does exactly that. But this bill is about more than just process. It's about safeguarding the future by ensuring that the End User Review Committee operates fairly and efficiently. We strengthen our ability to respond to emerging threats in a rapidly changing world. I want to thank Congresswoman Wagner, Chairman McCall, Ranking Member Meeks for their leadership and bipartisan cooperation on this bill. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no additional speakers, and I reserve the right to close.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
I have no further requests for time. I am prepared to close if the other side has no further speakers.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purpose of closing.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this bill is a vital step in protecting our national security by ensuring that our export controls are both robust and fair. It strengthens our ability to prevent sensitive technology from falling into the wrong hands while maintaining the rigorous oversight necessary to keep our processes fair, transparent, and effective. By passing this measure, we affirm our commitment to safeguarding American innovation and staying ahead of emerging threats. I hope my colleagues will join me and support this important bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields. The gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of my time. And just in closing, I want to say that we must act decisively to ensure that our export controls are robust, effective, timely, and adaptive to the threats that we face in today's world. I urge all members to support this bipartisan piece of legislation, H.R. 7151, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7151? Those in favor, as amended. Those in favor say yea. Those opposed say no. In opinion of the chair, the two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from America Samoa seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 6606.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6606, a bill to amend the Export Control Reform Act of 2018 relating to the statement of policy.
Pursuant to the rules, the gentlewoman from America Samoa, Ms. Rodwagon, and the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Manning, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from America Samoa.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Thank you. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of my bill, H.R. 6606, to amend the export controls. Export controls are an important tool to ensure that American technology and items which are normally sold for commercial purposes cannot be used for nefarious purposes by our adversaries. Currently, those adversaries are using technological and economic espionage to steal everything they can from the American people, to undermine our security and our industrial base. H.R. 6606 clarifies U.S. policy to ensure that export controls can be used against those who want to steal America's trade secrets. It ensures that the most powerful tools we have in our policy toolbox can be used against economic espionage as well. This bill is a clear and important message to our adversaries. We will not allow the stealing of American trade secrets. H.R. 6606 deserves our unanimous support. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from America Samoa reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 6606, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is yet recognized.
Over and over, we have seen Beijing fail to safeguard and enforce IP rights for U.S. firms. More alarmingly, we've seen it obtain American IP through illicit and problematic means such as strategic acquisitions, cyber attacks, and policies that coerce technology transfers. This is a direct threat to America's economic security and competitiveness, and we need to use every tool we have to protect our industries and our workers. That is why I support this bill by Delegate Rodwagon. It makes a simple change to the Export Control Reform Act of 2018 to ensure that our export controls will better protect U.S. trade secrets on items subject to U.S. export control regulations. Therefore, I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from America Samoa is recognized.
I have no additional speakers, and I reserve the right to close.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Okay. I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close.
The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purpose of closing.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I support this measure from Delegate Rodwagon. It reflects the strong bipartisan concern about the violations of American IP rights by Chinese persons and entities. This addition to the statement of our policy of Export Control Reform Act of 2018 will ensure that our export control policies account for China's intent to acquire or steal our trade secrets to bolster its military capabilities. Therefore, I hope my colleagues will join me and support this important bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina yields. The gentlewoman from America Samoa is recognized.
I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentlelady is recognized.
In closing, I want to thank Chairman McCall and Ranking Member Meeks for bringing my bill to the floor. Ensuring that our adversaries do not continue to steal American technology and trade secrets is a bipartisan priority. I urge all members to support H.R. 6606, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 6606? Those in favor say yea. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from America Samoa seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass House Resolution 1056.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 1056, resolution recognizing the importance of trilateral cooperation among the United States, Japan, and South Korea.
Pursuant to the rules, the gentlewoman from America Samoa, Ms. Ragwagon, and the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Manning, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from the America Samoa.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Thank you. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of this resolution, underscoring the vital importance of trilateral cooperation amongst the U.S., Japan, and South Korea. I want to thank the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Connolly, and his 22 bipartisan co-sponsors for introducing this text, which received unanimous support from the Foreign Affairs Committee at our markup 4 months ago. As the Chinese Communist Party and North Korea work to destabilize the Indo-Pacific region, we find ourselves in a pivotal moment where democracies must unite against authoritarianism. The trilateral partnership between the U.S., Japan, and South Korea exemplifies this unity, with 2 of our allies putting aside their historical differences to tackle the pressing challenges of our time. This resolution acknowledges that as China and North Korea escalate their military activities in the region, our 3 nations are fortifying their defense capabilities to deter and address these threats. It also promotes increased collaboration in technology, economics, and diplomacy, while celebrating the shared democratic values that underpin our alliances. By working with Japan and South Korea, we can dissuade the CCP and North Korea from acting recklessly. Democracy will and always will prevail. I urge my colleagues to support House Resolution 1056, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from America Samoa reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of HRES 1056, recognizing the importance of trilateral cooperation among the United States, Japan, and South Korea, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I want to start by thanking my good friend, Representative Connolly, for his leadership on this bipartisan resolution to emphasize and recognize the importance of trilateral cooperation for U.S. interests in the Indo-Pacific region. I also commend the Biden-Harris administration, which has successfully revitalized our allies and partnerships in the region through proactive and effective diplomacy. The administration has significantly advanced America's strategic interests by seizing the opportunity provided by the bold leadership of President Yoon and Prime Minister Kishida. The administration has not only strengthened our bilateral ties with Japan and South Korea, its decision to elevate this trilateral relationship has also reshaped the geopolitical landscape in a way that supports a rules-based international order. Our collaboration with Tokyo and Seoul is essential to addressing challenges from global health crises and environmental threats to countering China's economic and military coercion and North Korea's nuclear ambitions. I want to express my gratitude to the governments and people of Japan and Korea. their commitment to upholding shared values, enhancing mutual prosperity, and strengthening deterrence in the Indo-Pacific is a testament to the power of democratic alliances. I encourage my colleagues to join in supporting this important measure, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves the balance. The gentlewoman from America Samoa is recognized.
I have no speakers and continue to reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, my good friend, Representative Jerry Connolly.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my good friend from North Carolina for her leadership, and I thank my friend from American Samoa for her support for this resolution. Mr. Speaker, responding to aggression is important. The failure of the 1930s must always be in our mind. The democracies failed every test in the 1930s. Spanish War, Civil War, the Ethiopian invasion by Mussolini, the reoccupation of the Rhineland, the carving up of Sudetenland that led up to the occupation of Czechoslovakia, the Anschluss. All of that led directly to World War II. If we want to prevent war, we have to be strong. And we need alliances. We need strong alliances. The aggression of Xi Jinping in China in the Indo-Pacific region must be met by the United States and its allies. The trilateral agreement that President Biden, Vice President Harris, and this administration brokered between two not particularly friendly allies, Japan and Korea, because they have history, is an extraordinary achievement. And it's built on the foundation of AUKUS, the reintroduction of U.S. military bases in the Philippines, rapprochement between the United States and Vietnam, and meeting Chinese aggression in the air and in the sea to insist that the South China Sea is not a Chinese private lake, it is international territorial waters. And the United States will insist on the rule of law throughout that region. We, too, are a Pacific nation. And any nation that misjudges that or forgets that does so at its own peril, as history has taught us. So this resolution, I think, is an important statement by this body in recognizing that we will meet aggression, we will deter aggression, we seek peaceful coexistence, but we're going to build strong alliances to insist peaceful coexistence is possible. I yield back.
The gentlelady from North Carolina reserves. The gentlewoman from America Samoa is recognized.
I have no additional speakers, and I reserve the right to close.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
I have no further requests for time, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purpose of closing.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
In the Indo-Pacific and around the world, the United States is more secure when we build partnerships and work with our allies. House Resolution 1056 recognizes the importance of trilateral cooperation between the United States, Japan, and South Korea to uphold regional security, strengthen our economies, and work toward a free, open, and peaceful Indo-Pacific region. By passing this resolution, we send a clear bipartisan message that Congress supports trilateral cooperation and that the U.S., Japan, and South Korea are not only aligned behind a shared vision, but that we have the resolve to uphold it. Therefore, I strongly urge my colleagues to support H.Res. 1056, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields. The gentlewoman from America Samoa is recognized.
I yield back the balance of my time. I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
In closing, I want to again thank Mr. Connolly, as well as Chairman McCall and Ranking Member Meeks, for this opportunity to recognize the importance of trilateral cooperation between the United States and our allies, South Korea and Japan. Our shared democratic values and strategic cooperation are critical to the peace and security of the Western Pacific, especially as we face challenges and provocations posed by the Chinese Communist Party and North Korea. I urge unanimous support for this resolution and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to the House Resolution 1056? Those in favor say yea. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being affirmative, the rules are suspended and the resolution is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from America's Samoa seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4741.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 4741, a bill to require the development of a strategy to promote the use of secure telecommunications infrastructure worldwide and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from America's Samoa, Ms. Radwagen, and the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Manning, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from America's Samoa.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Thank you. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 4741, the Securing Global Telecommunications Act, introduced by my colleague from North Carolina, Congresswoman Manning, and the gentlewoman from California, Congresswoman Young Kim. Telecommunications, including 5G, are critical to U.S. national security. The United States cannot let Chinese military companies like Huawei attempt to dominate this sector through unfair trading practices, including IP theft and illegal subsidies. Because of the CCP's military-civil fusion strategy, we know that any valuable information flowing through a Huawei network can and will be sent to the CCP and its military. The United States and our partners and allies must lead in the development of this technology and set the rules of the road at multilateral bodies such as the International Telecommunications Union. Cooperation among partner and allied countries is critical for ensuring that trusted vendors are the backbone for this infrastructure. The Securing Global Telecommunications Act will help us outcompete the CCP in this foundational technology. This bill requires the Secretary of State to develop a strategy to promote secure telecommunication infrastructure globally, including mobile networks, data centers, and 6G and beyond. It also requires reports on how the CCP and Russia are undermining the ITU and how we are coordinating with partners and allies to counteract their malign influence. The United States cannot sit back and allow a CCP military company to build the networks that carry the world's data. For this reason, I urge my colleagues to support the Securing Global Telecommunications Act, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from America Samoa reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 4741, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
The Securing Global Telecommunications Act, bipartisan legislation that I introduced with Representative Young Kim of California, will preserve America's global leadership in tech and telecom and protect the safety and integrity of our networks. Mr. Speaker, the devices we use every day, cell phones, tablets, and computers, connect to increasingly advanced mobile networks that depend upon a nearly invisible set of internationally agreed upon standards. However, in recent years, Our adversaries and competitors, Russia and China, have tried to maximize their influence over international bodies like the International Telecommunication Union, the ITU, to shape new technology standards to their liking. They are determined to dominate the future of critical technologies like 5G and AI by giving their companies, such as Huawei and ZTE, an unfair advantage. But this effort goes beyond boosting their businesses. It's about controlling a strategic domain which could threaten our own security. Failing to secure our communications infrastructure and networks could open the door to data theft, surveillance, and malicious threats against Americans. That's why the U.S. and our allies must remain alert to this pressing threat and work together to counter it. We must also make it easier to deploy more secure and reliable tech and telecom infrastructure. That is exactly what my bipartisan bill would address. It would require a comprehensive strategy for securing global telecom infrastructure worldwide, crack down on Russian and Chinese malign influence at the ITU, and support greater cooperation with our allies to promote and finance secure networks and trusted vendors. By taking these measures, we can shore up our critical vulnerabilities and counter our adversaries' strategic technology goals. In closing, Mr. Speaker, our adversaries believe they can achieve undue influence over international telecom infrastructure and technical standards. This bill would help stop them. I encourage all my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join me in voting to support it, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina yields. The gentlewoman from America Samoa is recognized.
I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
In closing, I want to thank Congresswoman Manning and Congresswoman Young Kim for leading this bipartisan effort to take on Huawei and other CCP companies. I urge all members to support H.R. 4741, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 474? Those in favor, 4741. Those in favor say yea. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from America Samoa seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7159 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7159, a bill to bolster United States engagement with the Pacific Islands region and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from America Samoa, Mrs. Radwagen, and the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Manning, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from America Samoa.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on this measure.
With objection.
Thank you. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 7159, the Pacific Partnership Bill. I was proud to be the lead Republican on this bipartisan bill introduced by the gentleman from Hawaii, Mr. Case. As a grateful and proud Pacific Islander, I want to remind my colleagues that the United States is a Pacific nation, from the west coast of the continental U.S. to Hawaii, to American Samoa, to the Northern Mariana Islands, to Guam. The Pacific is critically important to American interests, American values, and to the Americans I have the privilege to represent. However, in recent years, the Chinese Communist Party has mounted an aggressive campaign to increase its influence among Pacific Island countries. The 2022 Security Pact between Beijing and the Solomon Islands was seen by many as an alarming wake-up call. The CCP is pressuring island nations to overturn their recognition of Taiwan, illegally fishing in their exclusive economic zones, and bribing local law enforcement to influence local elections. While Congress has done its job to extend the compacts of free association for another 20 years, those only focus on 3 Pacific Island countries. There are 11 other countries who need our attention. The United States has enduring cultural, historic, economic, and people-to-people connections with the Pacific Islands. We just opened up an embassy in Vanuatu, but we must do more. Pacific Islands are strategically crucial to the United States. For that reason, the Pacific Partnership Act requires the State Department to submit to Congress a strategy for Pacific partnership that describes our goals for engaging with the Pacific Islands in the diplomatic, defense, and economic domains. It gives Congress the oversight visibility to ensure that the executive branch formulates and implements a strategy that addresses the many shared threats facing Pacific Island countries. It also requires that we coordinate and collaborate with our allies and partners like Australia, Taiwan, Japan, and New Zealand to ensure that our programs directed toward the Pacific Islands are non-duplicative and complementary. The Pacific Partnership Act will help to better focus United States engagement with Pacific Island nations. I support the bill and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 7159, the Pacific Partnership Act as amended, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I am proud that in this Congress we have been able to work in a bipartisan manner to strengthen our relationships with the Pacific Islands, from the bipartisan amendments to the compacts of free association to the legislation before us today. These legislative efforts support the leadership of the Biden-Harris administration, which hosted 2 summits with the Pacific Islands at the White House, opened new embassies in Solomon Islands, Tonga, and Vanuatu, and released the first ever U.S.-Pacific Partnership Strategy. This legislation would codify that strategy, ensuring that future administrations maintain that focus and provide other authorities to strengthen our outreach to the Pacific Islands and our coordination with allies and partners. Together, we are affirming a fundamental point. The United States is a Pacific nation. We are determined to deepen and maintain our lasting partnerships with each of the Pacific Islands, and we will do so by listening to and incorporating the principles of what the Pacific Islands have articulated themselves. That collaborative approach is reflected in this bill. I want to thank my good friend, Representative Case, for his leadership and dedication to this critical region. His work on this measure is a testament to our shared commitment to the Pacific and to ensuring that the United States remains a reliable and engaged partner. Bipartisanship is so important because there is still so much work to be done. Our diplomats, developmental professionals, and Peace Corps volunteers are working tirelessly on the ground. Can we sustain the resources they need to execute our policy? Can we follow through on each of the deliverables the United States has promised, including at the Pacific Islands Forum that just concluded at the end of August? I know each of us here understands the stakes, and I'm committed to working with all of you to ensure that we follow through. Therefore, I encourage support for this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from America Samoa is recognized.
I have no speakers and continue to reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Hawaii, Representative Ed Case.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my colleague from North Carolina. I appreciate your very kind remarks. I rise today in very strong support of this bill, the Pacific Partnership
Partnership Act, which aims to broaden and deepen our critical partnerships with our fellow nations of the Pacific. And I do want first to thank my colleague, the Representative Radewagen of American Samoa, and our 24 bipartisan co-sponsors, as well as our House Committee on Foreign Relations, which reported out this bill unanimously. Our country's Indo-Pacific strategy states in no uncertain terms that no region is of more consequence to the world and to everyday Americans than the Indo-Pacific. The United States and our allies and partners around the world who are aligned with an international rules-based order share the common vision of a free and open Indo-Pacific, whose governance, priorities, goals, and prosperity are determined by the countries of the Indo-Pacific without manipulation and dominance by malign actors. This is especially true of the Pacific Islands themselves, in the heart of the Pacific, which today face the challenges of increased natural disasters and human and drug trafficking, economic sustainability, threats to democracy, and more. It is crucial that the United States continue to extend our hand of full partnership in assisting the countries of the Pacific to meet these challenges, as we have for generations. Our bill, H.R. 7159, advances these goals. It first recognizes that the United States is and has been for 2+ centuries now a Pacific nation and has long-standing and enduring cultural, historic, economic, strategic, and people-to-people connections with the Pacific Islands based on shared values, cultural histories, common interests, and a commitment to fostering mutual understanding and cooperation. It acknowledges that the United States should support the vision, values, and objectives of the Pacific Islands. This bill requires the President to develop a strategy for Pacific partnership that will set the goals for United States engagement with the Pacific Islands, assess the threats and pressures to the region and a plan to address such threats, and analyze the needs and goals of the Pacific Islands in the context of the national interests of the United States. Critically, our bill requires the strategy to be developed in full consultation with the governments of the Pacific Island countries and their multilateral organizations, ensuring that the United States supports the priorities of, by, and for the Pacific itself, and not of other countries who may be pursuing inconsistent priorities. Our bill also extends diplomatic courtesies and traditional protocols to the Pacific Islands Forum, the primary multilateral organization of the region. The Pacific Islands Forum engages in critical consensus-building work and just held its 53rd leaders meeting in Tonga 2 weeks ago, at which Deputy Secretary of State Kurt Campbell led the United States delegation. The extension of such diplomatic courtesies will foster creation of a Pacific Islands Forum mission to the United States, which will strengthen the collective voice of the Pacific internationally in opposition to other attempts to divide and isolate the Pacific Islands, and further expand our relationship and collaboration on strategic matters of mutual interest. And finally, as has been noted, our bill requires increased collaboration with our partners and allies in the region, including Australia, Japan, New Zealand, and more, ensuring the most efficient and effective use of limited resources and programs. This is critical, as we are much stronger when we do this important work in coordination with our allies and partners. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting the passage of the Pacific Partnership Act, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Okay, I'm prepared to close.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized to close.
Thank you. I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purpose of closing.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the Pacific Islands are not just our neighbors. They are our partners. The security and prosperity of this region are directly linked to our own. Together, we can ensure that the United States continues to be a leader in promoting peace, security, and prosperity in the Pacific Islands for generations to come. I hope my colleagues will join me and support this important bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentlewoman from American Samoa is recognized.
I yield myself the balance of my time.
So recognized.
In closing, I want to again thank my friend from Hawaii, Mr. Case, for leading this bill that we introduced together. The Pacific Partnership Act will help ensure that our area of the world receives the attention it requires in U.S. diplomatic, defense, and economic policy making. I urge my colleagues to support this important bill, and I yield back my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7159 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from American Samoa seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass S. 1608.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 1608, an act to provide for the expansion of the Star Camargo Bridge near Rio Grande City, Texas, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from American Samoa, Mrs. Radewagen, and the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Manning, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from American Samoa.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Thank you. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support for S. 1608, the Star Camargo Bridge Expansion Act, introduced by Senator Cornyn from Texas and passed unanimously by the Senate. The development of critical infrastructure is vital for maintaining the smooth flow of goods and services. The Star Camargo International Bridge, a privately owned toll bridge on the U.S.-Mexico border, serves as a crucial link spanning the Rio Grande. It connects Rio Grande City in Texas with Camargo in Mexico. This bridge is a significant commercial transit point, facilitating many hundreds of millions of dollars in trade every year. Expanding this bridge will enhance international trade and help to reduce costs for American families by improving the flow of goods. The planned upgrades will ease commercial traffic and help address supply chain issues. The proposed legislation will allow the bridge's private owners to finance the expansion and improvements through toll revenue without the use of taxpayer funds. Because it's an international port of entry, expanding the bridge requires statutory changes, which have been carefully reviewed and approved by the State Department, the Department of Transportation, and U.S. Customs and Border Protection. As mentioned earlier, the Senate passed this measure with unanimous bipartisan support. A House-side companion bill was adopted by the House Foreign Affairs Committee by a unanimous bipartisan vote of 46-0. I urge my colleagues to support this bill and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from American Samoa reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of S. 1608, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mexico is the top U.S. trading partner with bilateral commercial activity totaling more than $750 billion last year and accounting for more than 15% of total United States trade. These figures represent an investment in the American people and the Mexican economy. In fact, U.S. companies directly invested $130.3 billion into Mexico in 2022, and nearly 5 million U.S. jobs depend on trade with Mexico. That is why I support S. 1608, which will allow for the expansion of the Star Camargo Bridge. The existing bridge supports the economic well-being of so many in South Texas and U.S. businesses that rely on the bridge as a critical entry point for import-export into the United States. The expansion of the bridge connecting the United States and Mexico will support more resilient supply chains and address blockages caused by outdated infrastructure and traffic. It is invaluable to local growers and producers on both sides of the border as they move vegetables, fruit, and other needed products to market. I understand that the project is also designed to include toll booths, the fees of which will help pay for the cost of upkeep and maintenance. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves her time. The gentlewoman from American Samoa is recognized.
I have no speakers and continue to reserve.
Okay. The gentlewoman from American Samoa reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Representative Henry Cuellar.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the gentlewoman from North Carolina for yielding. I want to thank her staff also for the hard work that they've been putting over hours, and I want to thank also my good friend also for American Samoa and her staff also for getting this bill to the floor. This bill allows the Start Camargo Bridge, a privately owned toll bridge between Texas and Mexico, to expand and become multimodal. This bridge's previous authorization for construction expired, so we are coming back for an extension to make sure that we pursue the planned expansion project and also add a rail bridge addition also. The planned expansion will ease congestion, reduce truck idling waiting at the port of entry, and alleviate the supply chain issues, as the gentlewoman for North Carolina just mentioned a few minutes ago. This expansion also will be paid by tolls, no cost to any of the taxpayers, but this bridge also will serve as a vital trade link between the United States and Mexico. Keep in mind that the trade between the U.S. and Mexico has been tremendous. In fact, just last year, the trade between the U.S. and Mexico, our #1 trading partner, reached $798.9 billion. And I would say that in the next 4 or 5 years, the trade between the U.S. and Mexico will increase to $1 trillion of trade. And if you look at it right now, every minute you have $1.4 million of trade between the U.S. and Mexico. What does that mean? That means jobs, 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 not only for the ranchers, not only for industries, not only on this side, but also on the Mexican side, so people will stay over there and work over there on the other side. So this trade is important for farmers, for ranchers, for manufacturers, and producers. This bridge is not only important to South Texas, my district, but it's also important for the whole nation. And I want to certainly thank not only my good friend from American Samoa and her staff, but also my good friend from North Carolina and her staff, also the gentlewoman from North Carolina for the work. I also want to thank Senator John Cornyn for his leadership, Senator Cruz for getting this bill on the floor. I want to thank Chairman McCall, Ranking Member Meeks, my good friend from San Antonio, Congressman Castro, for working to get this bill on the floor. I look forward to getting the President to sign this bill so we can continue creating jobs on both sides of the Rio Grande. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentlewoman from American Samoa is recognized.
I have no additional speakers, and I reserve the right to close.
Okay. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
I am prepared to close.
Okay. Chairman recognizes.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purpose of closing. I support this strong measure, which has strong bipartisan support. This bill will allow for the expansion of the Star Camargo Bridge, which will greatly benefit our supply chain capacity with our largest trading partner, Mexico. This is an investment in the American people and the U.S.-Mexican economy, and I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this important bill. I thank my colleague, my good friend, Mr. Cuellar, for his work on this, and I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman from North Carolina yields. The gentlewoman from American Samoa is recognized.
I yield myself the balance of my time. Allowing for the expansion of the Star Camargo Bridge at no cost to federal taxpayers will make a real difference in the lives of American families, especially in Texas. I urge all members to support S. 1608 and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 1608? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from American Samoa seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7089 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7089, a bill to authorize the diplomatic security services of the Department of State to investigate allegations of violations of conduct consisting of offensive under Chapter 77 of Title 18 United States Code and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from American Samoa, Mrs. Radewagen, and the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Manning, will each control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from American Samoa.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Thank you. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman from American Samoa is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support for H.R. 7089, the Global Anti-Human Trafficking Enhancement Act, introduced by the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. James. We all believe that people have inherent dignity and possess equal human rights. Unfortunately, not everyone in the world respects that dignity and those rights. Each year, millions of individuals are exploited through human trafficking. They are forced to work in dangerous, brutal jobs for little or no pay. They're forced to engage in commercial sex. They're forced to marry people they don't know or to join the armed forces before the age of consent. All of us here believe that human traffickers must be caught, prosecuted, and punished to the full extent of the law. That's why the Global Anti-Human Trafficking Enhancement Act is so necessary. This bill authorizes the State Department's Bureau of Diplomatic Security to investigate criminal violations of U.S. federal anti-trafficking statutes that occur overseas or involve foreign persons. Most people are not aware that diplomatic security is the most widely represented U.S. law enforcement agency overseas, with agents operating in over 270 foreign posts. This new authority will serve as a force multiplier for the FBI and foreign country law enforcement who are on the front lines of pursuing traffickers and protecting victims. With this authority, diplomatic security agents would be able to investigate the dozens of federal anti-trafficking cases every year that currently are not pursued because of time and resource constraints at FBI and other federal law enforcement agencies that do not have people in the far corners of the world. This proposal has been lauded by the Department of Justice, advocacy groups, and others. It responds to the National Action Plan's mandate to increase trafficking prosecutions and fight modern slavery. It was adopted in the Foreign Affairs Committee by a unanimous bipartisan vote of 46-0. Let's empower our diplomatic security agents to assist in the mission of investigating violations of U.S. anti-trafficking laws that have overseas elements by passing H.R. 7089, the Global Anti-Human Trafficking Enhancement Act. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from American Samoa reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 7089 as amended, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
This
important legislation authorizes the diplomatic security services of the Department of State to investigate allegations of human trafficking crimes. I want to thank Chairman McCall and Representative James for their leadership and for working with us on this legislation. I would also like to thank the Bureau of Diplomatic Security for engaging with the committee in a constructive manner. Human trafficking is a scourge on humanity. It is a grave violation of human dignity and freedom, exploiting the most vulnerable among us, including women and children. The scale of this crime is staggering, with millions of people around the world trapped in conditions of forced labor, sexual exploitation, and unimaginable suffering. These are not just statistics. They are real people with dreams, families, and aspirations, all cruelly taken away by traffickers. This bill is not just about expanding authority. It is about ensuring that we have the capacity to act decisively and effectively. By enhancing our ability to investigate these crimes, we can bring more traffickers to justice and, more importantly, rescue and rehabilitate more victims. Mr. Speaker, the passage of H.R. 7089 is a moral imperative. It is about standing up for the voiceless and ensuring that justice prevails. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this critical bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentlewoman from American Samoa is recognized.
I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Michigan, Congressman James, Chairman of the Foreign Affairs Subcommittee on Africa and the author of this bill.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my friends Ms. Radewagen and Ms. Manning. Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in support of my bill, H.R. 7089, the Global Anti-Human Trafficking Enhancement Act. God's children are not for sale. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure we can all agree that human trafficking must be eradicated everywhere. The effort behind this legislation is about confronting modern-day slavery, a major stain, the worst stain on humanity and decency. My bill allows the State Department, specifically the Diplomatic Security Service, to investigate instances of transnational human trafficking. To clarify, a human trafficking violation is transnational when part of the offense occurs outside of the United States or involves one or more foreign nationals. Currently, diplomatic security must account for document fraud to allow them to start investigating these instances. Minutia, bureaucracy, red tape. We're going to cut that red tape with this bill. My bill further complements current federal law enforcement efforts to prosecute these instances given diplomatic security's global reach. Differences in language and culture and common mistakes are the greatest barriers to successfully prosecuting these transnational trafficking purveyors. Diplomatic security is by far the most widely internationally represented U.S. law enforcement agency, with agents operating in over 270 posts all over the world. I often hear, why is America involved in different parts of this world? Well, when it comes to the safety of our children, young adults, the elderly, the most vulnerable around the world, Americans' leadership can do more to help bring justice to these victims. According to the State Department, I quote, there are about 27.6 million victims worldwide of human trafficking at any given time, and those are just the ones we know about. This evil and depraved industry preys on people of all ages, backgrounds, and nationalities for their own profit. Again, particularly women, children, and people coming from impoverished backgrounds. God's will is clear. Luke 4:18-19 reads, "The Spirit of the Lord is upon, because he has anointed me to proclaim good news to the poor. He has sent me to proclaim liberty to captives and recovering sight to the blind, and set at liberty those who are oppressed, to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor." My bill empowers our law enforcement to liberate the oppressed and the captive. And I ask my colleagues to please support H.R. 7089 and yield back.
The gentlewoman from American Samoa reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
I'm prepared to close.
Okay, so recognized.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purpose of closing.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Human trafficking causes unimaginable suffering, and this bill empowers the diplomatic security services to extend their essential work in investigating and combating these crimes, ensuring we can respond quickly and effectively. Our diplomatic security officers, with their unique global reach and expertise, play a vital role in dismantling trafficking networks that operate across borders. H.R. 7089 is not just about expanding authority. It is about delivering justice and hope to victims while holding traffickers accountable. I hope my colleagues will join me and support this important bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina yields. The gentlewoman from American Samoa is recognized.
I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman
I
is
again
recognized.
want to thank Mr. James and his bipartisan co-sponsors for the bill before us today. We need to unlock the investigative potential at the U.S. State Department. We need to give our diplomatic security agents the authority to assist in the mission of catching criminals who violate our anti-trafficking statutes. I urge all members to support H.R. 7089, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill 7089 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from American Samoa seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 6614 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6614, a bill to amend the Export Control Reform Act of 2018 relating to licensing transparency.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from American Samoa, Mrs. Radowagen, and the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Manning, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from American Samoa.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Thank you. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of the Maintaining American Superiority by Improving Export Control Transparency Act, introduced by my colleague from Texas, Congressman Ronnie Jackson, along with Foreign Affairs Chairman McCall. Export controls are one of the most powerful tools we have to constrain China's military modernization and rebuke its severe human rights abuses. But ultimately, the strength of our export control regime hinges on the ability to approve or deny a license to sell sensitive technology to China. That process is overseen by the Commerce Department's Bureau of Industry and Security, or BIS. On multiple occasions, in response to persistent committee requests, BIS has provided the House Foreign Affairs Committee with licensing data, information on whether BIS approved or denied licenses to China. The committee found that even for companies like SMIC, SMIC, and Huawei, with deep ties to Chinese Communist Party and military, BIS rarely, if ever, denied a license. This data has been essential to our committee's oversight efforts. This bill will ensure better oversight of the Commerce Department's export control policies and licensing practices. Every 90 days, the Secretary of Commerce will submit a report to Congress on activities related to items affected by export control policies, including licenses granted for foreign persons and entities on the Entity List. This bill will finally give Congress the visibility it needs to conduct real oversight on licensing decisions and will help us assess where and how BIS is drawing the line on U.S. national security. At the Foreign Affairs Committee markup, H.R. 6614 was adopted by a unanimous bipartisan vote of 43-0. I urge my colleagues to support the Maintaining American Superiority by Improving Export Control Transparency Act and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from American Samoa reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Rise in support of H.R. 6614 as amended, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
The bill calls for more transparency around license application decisions by the Bureau of Industry and Security for potential exports to entities on its entity and military end users list. Inclusion in these lists means that the export, re-export, and transfer of certain U.S. items to these entities requires a license. This bill will enable Congress to conduct oversight to ensure that the BIS licensing and enforcement processes are working properly and effectively. I want to thank Mr. Jackson and Chairman McCall for working with Ranking Member Meeks to reach a bipartisan agreement on this bill, which will ensure that the committee is getting the information it needs while protecting business proprietary information and allowing BIS to effectively execute its core national security mandate. As we add to the list of things we are asking BIS to do, it is also important that we equip BIS with the resources and staffing to meet those requirements. We are asking BIS to take on more responsibility with less. BIS desperately needs to update its outdated and inefficient IT system, which has not been updated in over 15 years. In that time, the number of license applications BIS receives per year has more than doubled to over 40,000 per year. As a result, simple data requests such as compiling license application information for Congress can be lengthy and often involve painstaking manual review of materials. Let me repeat, we are adding more burden to BIS without giving them the resources they so desperately need. Representative Crow and Ranking Member Meeks have worked on a bill to fund IT modernization for BIS, and I sincerely hope that as we pass bills like this one, offered by Mr. Jackson, we also live up to our responsibility and actually equip BIS to do its important work and give them the resources they so desperately need. With that, I support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentlewoman from American Samoa is recognized.
I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Texas, Congressman Jackson, a member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs and the author of this bill.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Radewagen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today we are bringing to the floor a very important bill, the Maintaining American Superiority by Improving Export Control Transparency Act. Our country's determination and commitment to achieving what was once thought impossible has led to some of the most incredible technological advances in the history of the world, and consequently, many of the world's very best and most advanced goods are made right here in the United States of America. But the reality is that it is hard to keep good things to yourself, and nations across the world want to benefit from American goods themselves. As a general principle, we're happy to export the fruits of our labor because international trade is an important part of any successful and vibrant economy, especially for a country like the United States. But the harsh reality is that not every country who wants access to our goods and materials is friendly to the United States. Malign actors like China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran would gladly seek to use our very own goods and technologies against us, whether in military engagements or on the economic battlefield. And the type of goods I'm speaking about are not just overtly military hardware like night vision goggles, tanks, or stealth technology. These bad actors are constantly thinking of new, creative ways to use anything and everything against us, making everyday commercial items produced right here in the United States right to be weaponized against the American people. One example would be telecommunications equipment. Anything from routers to cell phones to Bluetooth technology are generally thought of as harmless commercial goods, but they all have huge national security and military implications as well, especially in the hands of our adversaries. These so-called dual-use technologies are the type of goods that our current export controls attempt to prevent from falling into the hands of malign actors. My bill, the Maintaining American Superiority by Improving Export Control Transparency Act, seeks to ensure increased transparency and accountability in the export control process by mandating a report on export control license applications. Simply put, my bill creates a mechanism through tracking and reporting on export control license applications that can be utilized to form a paper trail to understand where dual-use technologies came from, who produced them, and whom they were sold to. If our enemies are utilizing American technology against us, we need to know exactly how that happened and why. Further, my bill will provide some clarity to Congress on how these decisions are made. Every 90 days, the House and the Senate would receive a report on export control license applications, gaining insight into where our American-made dual-use technologies are going abroad. I want nothing more than for the American economy to be strong, open, and free, and international trade is a crucial part of that vision. Ultimately, our own free market cannot also be used as a source of our own downfall by allowing our adversaries to use our goods and technologies against us. My bill ensures accountability and trackability when we send dual-use goods abroad. In these increasingly dangerous times, there is a need for strong export controls with adequate oversight, which is why my bill passed the House Foreign Affairs Committee by a vote of 43-0. I want to thank Chairman McCall for his co-sponsorship of the legislation and Ranking Member Meeks for supporting this legislation in our committee. I urge all of my colleagues to support this legislation as it is necessary for our national security. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentlewoman from American Samoa reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
I'm prepared to close.
Okay. The chair is recognized.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purpose of closing.
You are recognized.
Mr. Speaker, transparency is critical for effective congressional oversight, and Mr. Jackson's bill will allow Congress greater insight into the license application decisions and enforcement actions taken by the Bureau of Industry and Security. The bill reflects the critical national security role that BIS and our export controls play in today's world, but placing greater burdens on BIS while failing to provide the necessary funding to update the 15-year-old equipment it uses is only doing half the job. Therefore, it is important that Congress provide BIS with the resources and technology necessary to effectively implement this bill and advance its core mandate. I therefore encourage my colleagues to work with the urgency required to help us address the resource issue. With that in mind, I hope my colleagues will join me and support this bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina yields. The gentlewoman from American Samoa is recognized.
I yield myself the balance of my time.
You're recognized.
I want to thank Chairman McCall for his leadership in moving this bill through committee and to the floor. I also want to thank my bipartisan committee colleagues for their unanimous vote to ensure greater congressional oversight of export controls. I urge all members to vote in favor of H.R. 6614, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from American Samoa yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6614 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Accordingly, pursuant to House Resolution 1427, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for a morning hour debate and noon for legislative business as a further mark of respect to the memory of the late Honorable William J. Pasquale, Jr.